아, 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 이거, 야. Sorry guys. Hi. Sorry I'm late. 안녕하세요. 안녕하세요. Hi guys. 야. 요. 요. 무슨 얘기가 좋아. That's a good question. My eyes is okay. 잠깐만. I have to figure out what it is in English. Hordeolum? 가르기. Style? Medication. This side. That's why less makeup on this side than here. 카시오님 오랜만이에요. 스타일럼? 너무 피곤한데? Style? Is that how you pronounce it? Style? Yeah. Style. Can you get a shout out for Cashew? Stay. Shy? Sty? Oh, sty. Yeah, I got sty. This side. I got it yesterday. I got it yesterday, and I was like, oh, it hurts a lot, but I didn't get anything. And then today it was just so painful, so I was like, oh, I'll just go get it. 아니 피곤해 보이냐고? 아 오늘 이번 주 계속 운동을 너무 빡시게 했어. Guys, I realized I've been exercising too much lately. Ah, too much exercising is so painful. Oh. So I realized 소리가 그냥. Yeah, that's why I was like, that's why I was like, should I stream cause my eyes? But then if I don't wear makeup, I don't want to upload it on YouTube. Cause I'm an ego business lady, business lady. So. Is that funny? Is that funny to say business lady? 궁금한 게 I wanna try something. Do you have sunglasses? No. Halloween mask? VTuber? VTuber? So today, it's okay. I think it's not that bad. I'll have to take off my makeup right away, but after I finish stream. But I might just have short stock news and then other thing. It's so bad, and I like hey Mark. Sorry. 김치 티백 지훈이님 이름 왜 이렇게 어려워요? 어서 오세요. So I'm okay now. I have this eye is swollen because I'm so tired, and then this eye I have sty, and then here I have cold sore. 네 알겠습니다. 지훈님 안녕하세요. 오른쪽에 다래끼, 왼쪽엔 부었고 입술에는 이게 뭐지? 염증 생겼어요. 와우, 엄청 피곤해요. So tired. I don't know why. I think it's cause I did dancing and then house tour and then next day. So I was really happy this week. I didn't have any collab except for Sora's. I was like, it's such a great life, you know? And then later I realized that it was busier than I thought. 피곤해가지고 다래끼랑 이쪽에는 이쪽에 다래끼가 났어요. Can you guys see my style? It's right here. Actually, you can see the color difference. Do you see how it's red right here? 여기 지금 눈이 엄청 빨개요. Zoom in cam. Because I have too much light. What? Do you see the color difference? 뭐예요? Yeah. This part's super red. 여기가 지금 다래끼가 이렇게 났어요. You need to stop with 360 stripe. 보시면 여기 from here go around like this and like this. When Mia first saw me, he's like, "Did you get hit by someone?" I was like, "Did you hit me?" He's like, "Don't say that. People might misunderstand." 다리끼 심하고, and it was awful. 이쪽은 그래서 이쪽이 지금 깜빡깜빡 할 때마다 아파요. So we have to quickly finish stream because it's too painful. 너무 아파. I'm in too much pain here. This eye. Oh. So I think, guys, today we'll talk about stock news right away. Nothing to update. I went golfing yesterday because all of a sudden they needed an extra member. So I was like, I can go. So I went and it was great. It was sad I couldn't stream, but my score was 102, including OB and hazard. So, and it was a hard hole. Ooh. It was a hard course. Gonna do warm compresses? What are warm compresses? So, yeah. I have... Oh, compresses. Okay. Maybe. At least all I know is I can't have any makeup on this eyes because it's still painful. 너무 아파 지금. 그래서 이게 더 아프니까 몸이 더 아픈가? So, hopefully today I'll get to do I'll do some things. Even yesterday, guys, somehow I felt really tired. So I took a nap, which is shocking because the night before I got good 7 hours of sleep. So I shouldn't be tired, guys, but something's making me exhausting, so I took a nap yesterday, right after stream. Because I was editing and I actually fell asleep. I was like this. So I was like, I feel like I will die if I don't finish work. Anyways, that's that. How was you guys' yesterday? Did you guys do anything fun before I get ready? Or should we go straight right into talking about fun? Stock news. I've been going to bed so much too. It's been so bad. Oh, why? Is my mic still raw? Weird? You have to tell me. How about now? Oh, maybe. How about now? Or... Does your fader move every time you talk? Yes. Why? Am I not? How about now? Joey hairs. Oh, I don't know what to change though. Like hockey area? Does this do anything? La 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 la. 이걸 누르면 I have reverb. How do you set the mic though? Wait, do I have reverb right now? Or no? Oh, I do? Okay. It says I'm in a music club. Chapel. La. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Wait, how about...
What does this do? Does this do anything? Oochie boochie boochie. Boppity boppity bow. Is this Ayaya? Am I Ayaya right now? What? Hi guys. Hi guys. Oh my god. Where? What? Do I have Ayaya voice? Oh, I'm Chipmunk. Wait, what if I do this one? How about this one? Oh my god, so the other day, I met this guy, and like, he was so into me. He was like, can I have your Oh, it's the same. Oh. So this one turns into a chipmunk? So, okay. Chipmunk 1. How about this one? Does this do anything? Say chipmunk. Same chipmunk? Does the chipmunk pitch go down at all? Or is this still the same? Oh shoot! La 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 la. This is still chipmunk, right? Yeah, probably. This is chipmunk. Chipmunk, chipmunk. Chippity chippity chippito, chipmunk.
Okay. Well, if I go back here, I shouldn't be a chipmunk. Right? I'm back. I'm back, guys. I'm not a chipmunk anymore. Then... what does this do? Did this do anything? La 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 la. La 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 la. Wait. I don't know. Where? Where does it say? Where does it say though?
System setting? Where's system though? I don't know where. Oh, system setting. Analytics unequal. Third party tutorial help. 없는데? It's not. It says profile path. Path. Icon path. Sample. I have no idea what you just said. Is my voice weird? Oh, that's weird. Oh. How's my voice right now?
Okay. Go away. And then there is a echo go. Hello. Or I have megaphone. Hi. Does a megaphone work? People. Are you listening listening to me? Listen to what I say, or else you die. How about this one? Should I talk like this? I am a robot. If you like to listen to me, listen carefully. You are going to listen to what I say. I am robot Haiku Sora. How are you? I hope you. 어떻게 나 너무 졸려. 아이고. The last one sounded like drive-thru. This one? Hi, what can I get you? Hi, welcome to McDonald's. What can I get you? Hi, welcome to Starbucks. What can I get you? McPlant? Sorry, McPlant's not here. It's not in this. Oh, we don't have McPlant. Large fries? Oh, sorry, we don't have large fries. We only have small fries. Big Mac, large fries, 2 large Cokes. Oh, I'm sorry, we don't have Big Mac here too. We're on diet McDonald's. So 10 pieces of spicy nuggets. Sorry, we don't have that either. That's not good with the diet. Sichuan sauce, please. Oh, sorry, we're not a Chinese restaurant. I'm sorry. Sorry, we don't have the Happy Meal toy. The kids don't come here. 50 packs of ketchup's gonna cost you $500. Is that okay? Is that all? 1 cup of water? Sorry, we don't sell water. Check the menu for what's being available. Oh, sorry, this McDonald's doesn't have that sauce. No one likes our McDonald's, though. Put it on my tab. Give me your credit card first for the tab. Do you still have breakfast with you right now? Oh, sorry. Our breakfast menu is open till 12 a.m. to 6 a.m. So, because that's considered breakfast. Have a nice day, sir. Because that's breakfast. Okay, anyways, I'm back to normal. Oh my eyes, this eyes. Ah! Yeah, it ends at 6 a.m. Oh, sorry, I think you have the wrong person. My name is Jenna, and I don't know who you are, so stop trying to hit on me. Or else I'll have to call the police, farmer. Somewhere I still have a packet of the sauce from the first release. Oh, this is Sichuan? Do you even work here? Where's the manager? Excuse me, sir? I'm the manager here. Do you have a problem with me? Do you have a problem with our employee? Okay, well, anyways. So let's talk about stock news. That was fun joking around time. Oh, I'm so tired. So today I think what I want to say is when you speak we can hear the BGM from my speakers. Oh, how about now? Can you hear the BGM from my speakers? It might have been because the speaker is too close to the mic is too close to the speaker. 잊혀질 수 있도록 Can you hear the BGM now? Okay. Very slightly? So is that a yes? What the heck? Why? Hey. Wait, so no BGM, guys, right? I can continue with stock news. You know what I'm thinking about doing today is reading the news earlier with you and then gathering some important things to talk about and then refilming for YouTube. Yeah, I know. Because since it's all over the place, we'll kind of make note of what we could talk about for stock news that's been hot the past 3 days, and then we'll kind of gather what we'll talk about and which news to pick from, and then do it. Can someone get me green tea latte? Hey, employees, can we get some green tea latte? Hi, I'm calling the manager. Excuse me, manager? Can we get green tea latte sent to the boss's office right now? Cause the boss is very tired. The boss had forced for green tea latte. Should send it right away to boss's office. 가자. 졸려. So guys, today I think the most important thing to talk about is probably this guy, right? Because that's what everyone's mentioning. So Netflix all of a sudden dropped 30%. So everyone's selling Netflix for some reason, right? So we'll have to see why people are selling Netflix. We read about Netflix long time ago. They had a drop from 500 to back to like 400, so $100 drop, and then more down to 200. So whoever bought Netflix here, wow. But I hope people like, you know. Yeah, so like this person, you know, do you see this like small dot here? Can I zoom into this guy? Look at this guy. This guy who bought it at like the most expensive period. This kid. Oh, if he kept holding on to it, that's what $700 down to 200. Wow, that's $500 loss almost. Shake my head. First time ever it has a decrease in subscription. Yeah, I don't know if it will die soon, but I think people will move on to other platforms. Yeah, I'm saying if the person who bought it at this location, because people actually bought it here, if they sold it now, then they're screwed. Listen to what I say, man. And then, so Netflix will... I definitely think we should talk about Netflix. There are going to be interesting things to talk about in terms of Netflix. What are other things? I'm gonna read Jolly's, like, what you guys posted on Discord to see what we can connect to. What are some fun things? So US house home prices hit a record of $375,000, guys. So is that why a lot of the real estate is up? Or does that have no connection? And then there seemed to be some shipping issue going on. Mandarin shipping on the outlook for the container shipping industry would be interesting. A Volvo installing EV charging station at Starbucks store. Oh, that sounds interesting. No, but we can't talk about too much EV. Oh crap, I was supposed to upload the thing up today. Yeah, but you guys, what is all this EV news? Lamborghini CEO posted about electric vehicle coming out in 2028. So and then Apollo Global considers participating in a bid for Twitter. Maybe we didn't talk about... Did we talk about when Musk wanted to get Twitter? I don't think we talked about that news either. Inflation stock, its DuPont ratio is completely trash. Earning next week will be huge for markets. Not really. People are just investing in housing because it's more expensive. A lot of dumb money in the market lately. Oh, is it cause of free money thingamabobby where they sent out free money to the market? So those things I would be interesting talking about. What are other than... Since if there's a huge downfall... Wow, why did Facebook also... 6% is a bit big too, no? Where do you get this heat map? It's on a site called FinViz. Oh, I finished this thing. Financial visualization. So what are other areas that got a huge increase though? If Netflix is down by 34, is there anything that went up a lot? Overall, the market seems to be back. It's getting up or higher nowadays. How's my electric vehicle, by the way? Oil stock. Oil stock. Wow. Oil gas. Oil gas. Evergrande? Is that in American, because it's Chinese company? It's not listed in the US. So Morgan Stanley is up by 8% today. Goldman Sachs is also up by 6%. But nothing as big as... Nothing was as crazy as Netflix for this 3 days. Midterm review. Oh, Delta's up! Oh my god, I'm so yawning. 기다려봐. Can I just tell you guys a sad story? So I went to go get my check for my eyes, and then I wanted to get some coffee because I was just really tired, guys. Like, so even right now I'm just so tired. And I got the Starbucks coffee, the the expensive one for $3. You know that like bottle, Starbucks bottle coffee at the the grocery store. I stopped by the near convenience store and got one. And I had a milk and that in my hand, and then like in one hand, and then I had all my purse and like not my purse, my phone and both my phones, wallet and everything on the other hand. And by the time I reached my floor, the Starbucks bottle dropped and it shattered. So I don't have my coffee right now. And I am so oh, I just can't stay awake. Let me just go get some green tea right now. Just give me a sec. I am back. Hi everyone. I am back. I'm back for good. Hi. Oh. Is this how it feels like when you guys drink coffee? I wake up. My eyes suddenly get so big. So anyway, So all of a sudden Delta went up a lot starting early April. 36, 40, almost what? Or $7 increase? I can't do math these days. So maybe talking something related to Delta would be interesting too. Because it seems like you guys can fly nowadays. That's true. So many people are traveling these days, so oh. I think that's what I'll do. So let's start with, I think what everyone wants to talk about today is probably this one. So I think I will record a video related to Netflix and why the stock price dropped 35%. I think this would be an interesting one to talk about. I know it's coming soon. Like, it's on the way. Soon to be. So we won't be wearing masks outside. And that people can meet more than 4 or 5 people right now, so... Because even if you get COVID, it's not like a big issue right now. Or I don't know if I should say it's an issue, but the symptoms are much lighter than it used to be, or that people nowadays figured out what they needed to do. So... Oh! I wanted to bring up a topic today, but I might move it till next week Tuesday. Remind me, but something that I wanted to talk about was which country reacted the best during the COVID situation. So that's something that I want to talk more about, because I think, yeah, well, like, if you had to pick, because I feel like there are some countries that did really well. Like, I think Taiwan did really well along with Australia, or I think it was New Zealand, right? And then personally, I think Korea, it wasn't too bad. It was just really strict, but you know, the cases weren't that high, so I think that would be a nice one to talk about. Yeah. Hi, 안녕하세요. So we'll spend the day talking about that. I think that would be an interesting topic to start a conversation. So I think I will include the Netflix talk into my review, and I want to gather ideas first to talk about instead of like recording it right away and then doing it, because what I realized is that when I ask certain questions, it just becomes a huge, like, bam. 모르겠네요. 천천히 어서 오세요. So let's read the Netflix news and then kind of gather what we could talk about or what we could try to look for in terms of Netflix, and then maybe refilm it, or I'm trying to think what I could do. Cause whenever I ask you guys a question, since they have a delay, there's other questions that you guys want to talk about or other fun facts that you guys want to tell me. So the question that I always ask is answered later. So I guess have to figure out how I want to do this. But anyways, the first news we're gonna talk about, guys, is this one. I'll just do it this way then. I don't know. I'm still thinking. My brain's not working well this morning. We'll talk about this. Are you looking for reasons why right now Are you looking for reasons why right now? Are you looking for what? Oh my god, my brain is dead. It sucks because I'm not. Oh yeah. 'Cause my brain's not working today. Can you tell my brain to come back? It never comes back. I swear to God, it like doesn't like me or something. Okay. Say oh. Anyways, hi guys. Today we're gonna talk about the Netflix stock price drops to down to 35%, which is posting the biggest fall since 2004. So we checked Netflix price just now, and obviously it's so down. So I'm guessing the 2004 fall. When was the 2004 fall? Let's see. 2004. 2004. Oh? Since 2004. Ah, so it must have been the biggest fall since 2004. 35% of This is like another history then. In 2022, because they've never seen a stock drop down this far. Or Netflix. Whoa. Wee. Wee. Wow, Netflix. What are they gonna do with Netflix? Oh, God. Previously, we did read a lot of news related to Netflix saying, is this worth, like, is the current stock price worth what Netflix is currently? And, you know, it started going down, but I guess it didn't go down this far. So, what a sad graph, guys. But let's continue reading. For the second time this year, shares of streaming company fell sharply after disappointed investors. Oh no. Ow. So, Netflix shares fell 35.1% on Wednesday, recording their worst day since 2004 after the streaming giant reported that it lost subscribers in the first quarter. That's not a good news for investors. Uh-oh. So William Ackman, the billionaire investor who bought more than 3 million shares of Netflix in January, said Wednesday that the fund had sold its at a loss. And in the letter to investors, they said Netflix would reduce return at the fund for 4 percentage point, which implies a $4 million loss. $400 million loss. So this investor sold Netflix share January, so I'm guessing that's why it was the first drop around maybe here, right? This thing. And then he was like, yeah, I lost lots of money. I lost around $400 million. And then in January, Mr. Ackman said Netflix sported an attractive valuation. On Wednesday, he wrote, we have lost confidence in our ability to predict the company's future prospects. The shares shed more than a third of their value, finishing down 122.42 to 226.16. Huh? That's when he bought it. Ah. Bought more than three. In January. He bought it more in January. Sorry. So he bought it in January? This 2022 January? I'm trying to read it again. So Mr. Ackman, billionaire who bought more than Netflix in January, said Wednesday that the fund has sold its... Yeah, so what is this January? Is this January 2022? 20222? Finishing down 120. Lost 226.16, which is current price. Wow, because of him selling it, it just went blah. Wow, look at even the graph. It's like, yeah. So investors had expected that the company would add new users in the quarter. Instead, Netflix said it ended the first 3 months of the year with 200,000 fewer subscribers than it had in the fourth quarter, and said it's expected to lose 2 million global subscribers in the current quarter. Why are they losing so for this paragraph, I guess the question we could ask here is, why are they losing so many subscribers, guys? Aren't there so many good things on Netflix that people want to watch? Or are other subscription streaming platforms better, like Disney? Because honestly, there's so many good films like K-dramas on Netflix and everything, but so subscription fee, reason one, because I think it's what, at 200, no, sorry, not 200, sorry. Netflix's subscription can I like pull my tongue out today? What is wrong with me? Okay, so sorry, chat. I won't be like this normally. It's just this week's been tiring.
Hi boss, I've been here too long, your brain needs to come back.
I agree. I agree. So subscription fee increased. So what's the current price? I think the first time when I heard about Netflix, it was at what, $10, right? Let's talk about the subscription fee for Netflix. It hasn't been $10 in a long time. Sorry, that's the first time I heard it. So if I don't know it, I don't subscribe to Netflix, because for me, even $10 it feels so expensive. Cause, oh wait, maybe it's actually not though. So now it's at what, like $16 per year, or sorry, per month, right? Basic is still $10. So basic, oh what? Oh really? Oh, it's not that expensive, no? But doesn't really explain the reason. Also, I heard that there was like 2 million Russian accounts they canceled. So maybe that's why they said it expected to lose 2 million global subscribers. Maybe this is the Russian oppas, right? Because of the war? Yeah, that would make sense. So it hasn't been, oh sorry, 15.49 for 1080p 2 screens. Basic isn't HD, so if you wanted to see something fancy HD and allow 2 screens at a time, it's $16 monthly. $16, which means yearly, how much is that? Times 12 is what? Oh shit, I can't do math. Oh yeah, 30. $192? Is that what I'm getting? Oh, and so 16 is kind of like the minimum. And 20 for 4K UHD and 4 concurrent streams. Oh, that's so expensive. Why pay 16 a month when you get Amazon Prime Video for free with Amazon Prime and they have good content? Amazon Prime is also expensive though, right? Yeah. I think Amazon Prime is also expensive. I'm thinking about canceling Amazon Prime. It's not worth it for me to have it in Korea. So 15 for Amazon Prime, so it's still the same price, but I guess maybe Amazon Prime you get you're offered different variety of things. I still think Netflix has good content, so it's kind of sad seeing that people are not wanting to subscribe to Netflix. What are some other reasons? I think we did read about Disney or other streaming platforms that's being very, or that's better, I guess. So let's talk about maybe their competitors such as Disney. HBO Max would be another, and then obviously Amazon Prime. Personally, I really don't like Amazon Prime's videos, movies up there because, or shows, because it doesn't really show good things for me, at least what I'm interested in. So I personally don't see the reason why I should be using Amazon Prime, but Netflix, there are good films, I think. It's just that it's also on different shows, at least for the Korean ones. Like, I don't need Netflix to watch a bunch of Korean films because I'm subscribed to other Korean streaming platforms. So, but for those who are interested in watching Korean stuff, it's better to subscribe to Amazon, right? I also think Amazon, it kind of sucks because whatever is being shown in Korean Amazon, Korean Netflix is different from American Netflix, and it doesn't like share. So maybe that's also another issue. Maybe there are films that people want to see, but they're not really into seeing other films. That would be something interesting. Can we do a chat poll? How many TV subscriptions do we have? I'm curious how many have multiple. Oh, I don't think we need to do a... Do you guys want to do a poll? Why not? Subscription service. So I have 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 plus. Guys, don't forget to do a poll on how many subscription service you guys have or are using. And we'll kind of see the average. Some have... One person has more than 4. You guys have more than 4? Does Twitch count? Let's not include Twitch. It should count, but... In terms of subscription service, it's any streaming platform subscription service that you have. So for instance, if you're subscribed to Netflix or HBO, that'll be 2 subscription service that you are paying for. Or if you have other things such as like Amazon Prime, that would be considered another one. I guess if you watch though, like for me, I have Amazon Prime, but I don't watch it. YouTube should count because you're paying to not have ads, right? But I guess YouTube isn't really like movie quality things. Like you can't really watch movie with YouTube, so it shouldn't count. Thank you. Netflix, Disney, Sky. Oh, I've never heard of a Sky. Days N? I don't know how. Okay. So it seems that roughly we have sports program, really. YouTube have streaming service like TV channels? Really? I didn't know about that. Amazon, Hulu, HBO, Disney Plus, Netflix, Rakuten, YouTube. Yes, you can watch movies on YouTube now with membership. Oh, why did I pay every single time? F1, YouTube, Crunchyroll. True, Crunchyroll, any animation site does count, guys. Twitch does not count because, like, you're not... You still get to see my stuff without subbing to my channels, right? So Twitch shouldn't count. Viki should be another one. So Latin America, Netflix, and Netflix is bad in Latin American countries. So where are you from in, like, you know, like there's different countries in Latin America. In recent content, it takes 3 months to pass the same program as Korea and 2 for USA. Really? So you're always delayed. That really sucks. No wonder. Oh, Chile. Oh. YouTube TV, I've never heard about it. Without subbing, Twitch has ads? Yeah, that's kind of why it sucks. So it seems we're tied between 0 to 4 plus. So some of you guys are paying a lot and some of you guys aren't even paying any. So those who's not paying, are you guys, you know, pirating a lot? Are we counting cable replacements like YouTube TV, Sling, Fubo? No. I want to say no. How many of the 0 are borrowing, sharing other people's subscription? Yeah. Hey, of the 6 who said 0, can you guys come out? Anyways, the poll resulted as 0 people have 6 people are not subscribed to any streaming services. 4, and then more than 4 people, 6 people are actually using more than 4, and then the other was like 2 or 3. So not that, like, there's no one who's using just one. It seems that if you are gonna use one, you'll just use 2 or more. So Natu, you don't have any. You're just up to me? Oh. Oh. Twitch ads are ridiculous. It's ridiculous in 2022. It's better to just subscribe than miss 2 minutes of content every few minutes due to ads. Yeah, especially for something like mine where I just, like, if you miss 2 minutes of my content, you kind of miss a lot of things. Can I just like rip my tongue out today? Oh my god. It's like, okay, honestly today I feel like I had 10 shots of alcohol right now because this is the first time my brain's not functioning. Go to bed, regenerate, restart. Okay. Anyways. Yeah, but you don't support me if you get Twitch Turbo. Don't, yeah, like, what's the point of getting Twitch Turbo, guys? Don't you guys want to support the streamers? Anyways, stop talking about it. So it seems that, you know, we have a point of why Netflix is losing 2,200,000 subscribers, or they're off by 200,000 or fewer. We kind of understand why Netflix said it ended with less than 200,000 subscribers than it had in the 4th quarter, and that they're expected to lose 2 million global subscribers. Of course, Russia makes sense because of the war, but still in other countries, they're not really wanting to watch Netflix anymore. But it kind of makes sense for other countries because they probably have their own streaming platform. For instance, Korea, I bet there were other channels that was showing the Squid Game and that you didn't really need to do Netflix. Or, I mean, the Squid Game ended, so there hasn't been anything that's been like, oh my god, if I want to see something that's really popular, I have to go see it at Netflix. So let's move on to the article and then see any other points that we can pinpoint. Several other streaming stock fell Wednesday. Paramount Global finished down $3.12 or 8.6% to $33.16. Warner Bros was off as well. Walt Disney and Spotify also lost, down to 122.49. The fall in Netflix share represented its biggest single day percentage drop since October 15, 2004, when it fell 41% after saying it would cut subscription fees and postpone planned international expansion. Also, they did it once and lost 41% in October 2004. Oh no! It slashed $54.3 billion from the company's market capitalization. its largest one-day market cap loss on record. Well, that's really bad. It is the second time the share has tumbled this year. In January, Netflix shares slid more than 20% when the company said it expected to add a much smaller number of subscribers than it did 1 year prior. The stock is down 62% this year, including Wednesday's fall. Wow. Well, so question time. How come by them saying it's expected to add a much smaller number of subscription, it lost 20%? Why do you think it lost 20 just when Netflix said somewhat of true story? Is it because they don't see the future in Netflix? Because if they're not gonna grow, if this is the maximum that they could get and they don't see a potential, the price is gonna fall. Because honestly, I think Netflix or any streaming services did get a good push because of COVID, since everyone had to be home, like we had the lockdowns and everything, so the only thing they could do was watch streaming platform. But you know, like, it's reality, right? Do we know what their subscriber count is now compared to pre-pandemic? Maybe we could compare. Oh, now it's at 222 million. How much was it during pre-pandemic? Can someone find it out for me? Or maybe I can find. Let me search. Cause it's really sad, guys. Imagine you work so hard. It also sucks for the company because they really probably worked hard on, you know, getting this platform better. It would suck for the CEO, I think. So I want to know Netflix subscription count. I wonder if they have like a statistics, not just of 2022, but of all year. Oh, here. So before COVID time, using this statistics, which is number of Netflix paying streamers subscriber in the US and Canada from first quarter 2013 to fourth quarter 2012. So COVID started 2019 December, right? So maybe around 60 million. And it jumped to 69, so 10 million jumped in 1 quarter. Oh, in March? Yeah, but isn't it kind of, this is when it started, 2000. When it's the fourth quarter is, they give the report out for fourth quarter on the December 12th. So this should be when it started. Right? So anyways, quarter 1 2020. So we should be looking at this number. So how come it jumped from here to here though? Yeah, I think it should be somewhere around here. But I honestly thought the graph would kind of look more like this. But honestly, I think 10 million isn't enough. So maybe we have to include the internationals too, right? But maybe we could find something with the international included. But just in the US, maybe because US wasn't really a lockdown country. Since you still could have gone out. I still remember they said it was lockdown, but I was going to my office and everything, so. So if you look at it, this isn't that much. 뭐지? Oh, it's actually worse than I thought. 잠깐만. Is there one for 2022 included? So I found one that's worldwide from Finance Online. And they said from 2017 quarter one was 94 million. And we are assuming maybe quarter four, quarter one, quarter two, around this area, it should be a huge leap, but so leap of 20 million here. But here is also 10 million. Honestly, this is a nice graph. 이렇게 가잖아. It's not exponential. And then now, since 2020 was what, 203 3 million. 2022, they're saying it's 22 million, right? 222. So it was just a nice graph. So I guess people are selling it because they don't see that people can. Oh, we found the same one. What is this one? Wow. Oh no! Wait, view for free. Oh no! Ah! Ah! So US and Canada didn't have a severe lockdown, so the graph doesn't look very exponential. Actually, I think US still had 10 million subscribers increase. So I guess we should look at this count. Oh, I'm actually surprised that I thought it would be more numbers, but maybe people are pirating more with Netflix. Many movie studios are no longer licensing their movies to Netflix. Instead, they are keeping those movies for their own streaming service. The movie Netflix does offer all old but do not have A-list stars. True. It really wasn't the public triggering the sell-off of Netflix. It was the hedge fund dumping it all at once and other funds doing same. Once public saw the dump, they did the same so they wouldn't lose money. So actually, to kind of summarize why Netflix lost 35% today was from this guy who basically trolled Netflix saying, hey, I'll buy your share, and bought 3 million shares of Netflix in January. And all of a sudden today, he's like, I don't see potential growth in your service, so let me sell it. And then people who had Netflix were probably like, oh my god, guys, suddenly Netflix is -2, -3, -10, -20. So they started selling. Oh, maybe. It was more competition in those last 2 years that reduced sub growth. Probably. So it's not, I guess they're at like a steady point of $222 million. 222 million subscribers. And there's potential of downfall from there and no future in seeing growth. So that's probably why this William Ackman, the billionaire investor, saw or realized that and decided to sell Netflix, which is really awful in terms of the company perspective. Yeah. So continuing with the article, guys. Users flocked to Netflix in the initial month of COVID pandemic as lockdown and measure to contain the virus kept people at home, sending company share price to record highs. Easing the risk of restriction and an increase in competition from other streaming service over the past year have presented hurdles to Netflix growth. That's what we're talking about right now. No one was expecting Netflix to announce they lost subscribers. They were expecting a slowdown in subscriptions, but seeing Netflix lose subscribers is a big deal. More than 100 million Netflix shares traded hand on Wednesday, the first time it had crossed that milestone since 2015. Some individual traders appeared to be buying the dip. The company was by far the most purchased stock of Fidelity's brokerage platform, according to the firm's website. Oh no! Wow, look at Google stock, by the way. Oh, share performance. Wow, it's 100% performance for Google. and then 50%. Meta Facebook이지. Netflix did worse than Facebook. 아, 셌지. 와. Oh, thanks. Meanwhile, option trader volume tied to the stock exploding on Wednesday with around 15 times the active seen on typical day. Netflix is one of the original FANG stocks, a quartet of large internet companies that reflected the dominance of the technology stock of US market. And so we have the other ones. Now, is it just FAG? Bag? Netflix said it is exploring offering a lower priced ad supported version of the platform to boost its subscriber base, a shift for a company that has sold itself since its inception as a commercial free haven for its members. The company had increased its subscription fee earlier this year to $16. Oh, Squid Game. Oh, global dubbing. Anyways, the step adds to investors worrying that raising price will curtail consumer spending on non-essential goods and services, which we just talked about. Price is too expensive. People are asking, is it worth it? As price raised, the worth threshold is being pulled higher and that pushing people to the exit. Said G. The company's result also attracted the attention of Tesla's Elon Musk, who has made and then suddenly of Twitter, okay. But concluding for Netflix, they're saying the woke mind virus is making Netflix unwatchable. Said by Mr. Elon Musk. So that's Netflix for you guys. Can you believe it? 35% down. So what are some ways that Netflix can try to increase their share prices? I bet Netflix will start releasing new episodes of show 1 week at a time rather than all at once to prevent binging a series and canceling subscription. They already do that with the new release K-dramas on Netflix. I mean, K-dramas usually show one a week though. One episode a week. So what are some things that Netflix could do, guys? Maybe make movies and show that the public want to watch instead of pushing an agenda. Oh. Oh, to do that. Oh. Netflix AR VR? Suddenly go into AR and VR? Wait, that would be very interesting, but do you think the technology is good enough for them to stay in the market and start releasing AR and VR? So, just wanted to point out, I know you guys been mentioning, you guys are saying Netflix content actually sucks. So what are some Netflix content that you guys are not... Why are you guys saying Netflix content sucks? Why? What makes you think whatever is being shown on Netflix is not worth $16 a month? They have a lot of B movies. They have checklists to follow for seeing if the movie is being able to... what checklist? Didn't you guys like the new movie, League of Legends movie thingy with Jinx, and you know, it was, you know, being aired on New York, etc etc. Netflix is going into gaming. They took away the Stranger Things license from the Dead by Daylight game, and they have a few games on their service. So if we compare Netflix with all the other streaming platform guys, which streaming platform has the best content? Like, it's actually worth your money, because you guys are saying, ah, Netflix has too many B movies, B quality movies, or like, you know, poor quality movies, and there's nothing really to watch. Then where would you actually want to spend your money? Like, maybe Disney? Because honestly, I know you guys are saying, oh, Netflix doesn't have good content, but for me, there's so many good things to see on Netflix, so... A lot of what Netflix has to offer is rather mediocre in terms of script, concept, talent. Their originals are very politically driven, which makes for a... Oh, really? So their original films are very, like, politically driven? So what's really hard about this is I don't get to see what's on Netflix Korea or Netflix America, because I don't have a Netflix account in America, or in, I mean, like, whatever I'm seeing on Netflix is mostly Korean materials. And what I see is there's lots of duplicates. So I'm subscribed to TV Ing and Wave, and those have a lot of things that Netflix has, so there's no reason for me to watch Netflix. Virtual reality sales statistics show the number of VR AR devices shipped worldwide is expected to increase to 68.6 million units in 2023. So you really think maybe VR and AR is how Netflix should go about? From all the service I have, I would say Viki for K-dramas and Prime for everything else. Ah, Amazon Prime, it seems a lot of people are using it. Netflix used to license movies and shows from Universal, Paramount, and other studios that people wanted to watch. Now those shows are on other apps, Star and etc. True. Yeah, I think also what Samchun said, that they have more competitors and they're losing, I guess, their original films. All streaming service are on downhill. If they just want to increase the share price, they'll buy back shares. Oh, I guess if they... Sorry. My question was more like, if they want to get more subscribers, what would they do? What could they do? And I guess if they want more subscribers, it's either, I guess, make better quality, but that's so much money. Ugh. Or AR, VR. But it's always easy to say, guys. We can always backseat Netflix. So if you guys were, you know, the chairman of Netflix, and you had a chance to backseat Netflix right now because they just lost 35% of their share, or yeah, and you're so mad because that's all your money, what would you backseat to Netflix? Be like, hey, Netflix, fill in the blank. Get a sports deal. Ah, so target sports. Or expand to overseas market. Don't you think it's already overseas? Better content is best solution, or buy studios. Long-term solution like AR, VR will not solve investor concerns. Sports is the main reason people still have cable. Yeah, but sports have their own channels, don't they? Do what customers want, not what critiques them deemed goods. So as a customer, you guys are customers. What do you guys want? Good content. But people have different likes. For instance, I bet some of you guys really like the 19 plus movies. It's not like they're a porn site and they could always make 19 plus movies, guys, right? Or, you know, so. To be honest, I would have already canceled Netflix, but my parents said they would pay for it, so they pay, and I watch an occasional show or K-drama on it. Yeah. A lot of kid stuff with my nephew, so oh. When I saw this trending at first, I thought it was a positive reason, but Netflix losing sub in first quarter 2022? What? So I guess the thing maybe we could agree on, but they need better yeah. So this news was really hard for, at least for me to relate, because I don't really sub to a lot of streaming platforms, especially because I'm a streamer. I just have two because I like watching Korean shows or just watch YouTube, because there's always, I think YouTube kind of killed a lot of streaming platforms since they make short versions of the film or anything, and because they have that, like sometimes if I watch it so much, then I can be like, oh, I kind of want to watch the whole show. But normally, like on YouTube, they have movie reviews and everything. So I'd rather spend 30 minutes or 15 minutes watching a movie review that's being aired on Netflix than actually watching the show. So, which is really bad for me to say, but it's much easier, and it, like, I understand the story much faster if there's narration going. So yeah, I honestly think they need to figure out better way to go against YouTube first, since YouTube is actually killing a lot of anything that's long, like long videos or any of those. So yeah, anything else you guys want to talk about Netflix before we move on? Anything you guys want to include or you guys want to say to maybe someday they'll watch my YouTube being like, oh, you know, these are what customers are saying, since you guys are somewhat customers, so we'll kind of be the position of, you know, like they need customer reports. We'll like be your customer report and you guys have a chance to talk about Netflix. Yeah, YouTube is actually, if we want to talk about monopoly, I think YouTube is a monopoly. There's nothing to go against YouTube. For instance, like, I understand with Amazon, there's still other, like, platforms. But YouTube? So, and I think YouTube might be killing a lot of streaming platforms / businesses, which is sad. Showing ads to subscribers? That's awful. So yeah, that's what I'm saying. YouTube doesn't have competitors. At least, you know, Amazon does. I don't know why they're so hyped about YouTube or Amazon. Anyways, to kind of conclude, anyways, to conclude Netflix, just wanted to say it really sucks they lost 35%, and I do agree with chat where you guys said maybe because this big investor Opar came in and he's just like, I don't see potential, which maybe we might not be able to see the potential, or maybe he knows some insights and he just sold like couple million, like a million stocks, which decreased, and people started panicking saying, oh, maybe it's actually not worth the value. So it really sucks to be on Netflix's, you know, side or company's mind. However, they really need to do something better about the content that they're providing, because it seems that they're not that good, or compared to other competitors that they have, it's really bad. So even if you make 1 out of million good ones, people still want more. So that's something that they have to work on, and their subscription fee is a bit expensive. For instance, people are only paying $5 to watch Twitch. Not even 5. So if you're making people spend $16, almost minimum, so expensive. So yeah, good luck, Netflix. Hi Koa, have fun in your airport. You spend $9.99. Okay, well, some of you guys, most of you guys spend $5. Some spend 10. Some spend 25. I think for tier 3, right? So that's all for Netflix for you guys. And let's move on to a different article. I wanted to talk about what is Rite Aid? Rite Aids. Rite Aids? Rite Aid? Oh, and then home prices would be another one interesting to talk about. Oh, Rite Aid. Okay, thanks. Oh, it's a pharmacy company? Oh, I've never heard about it. No. Wait, let me check if it does, and I'm just not aware of it. Location. Find Rite Aid location near you. Wait, it's denied. Wait, I stay. Wait. Yeah, let's do a 5-minute break, guys. My voice is painful. Wait, I can't even locate this. Oh my god, they don't have any in Wisconsin. Look at this. I can't click on the link because it's access denied. Probably because I'm going inside through in Korea. They're like, oh, we see Korean IP address. Maybe they're trying to steal my theme. Blah 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 blah. Rite Aid and parent hometown went out of business. Oh, Walgreens replaced them. Oh yeah, I've never heard about it. It seems there's some in Michigan though. But Michigan is an east-west coast. Okay. Oh, Ohio is popular in... Oh, Rite Aid is popular in Ohio? Then CVS? Oh. I can't speak English today. Ohio is popular? Guys, today if you guys pick all the... If you guys can make a list of everything I said wrong today, it would be like 10 already. Only like in 2 hours. 10. Yeah, see, oh. It's so funny. It's like... It's everywhere except... So it's not that popular in Pacific, nor... I mean, somewhat popular in Midwest, but definitely not in Pacific. So that was so funny because like I know where some of you guys live, and you guys were like, you don't know Rite Aid, and I was like I was so scared if it was in Wisconsin and I just don't go out. I swear I never heard about it, so yeah, it's not in Wisconsin or Chicago. Much smaller than CVS and Walgreens. Yeah, I know. Look at this. But you know what's funny is I didn't get to see it in when I visited New York. CVS and Duane? Duane? Is that how you read it? Popular in New York City? Actually, Walgreens bought Rite Aid, so technically owned by the same company. Oh. Their price were a bit high, so are Walgreens and CVS. So if I want to look for Rite Aid, oh, they're actually... Oh, damn. They're actually listed? They're only $8. Wow, so many people bought it today. Oh. Excuse me, extended. AIDS is totally a sexual term. And that you had to be banned. Totally RAD? What's RAD? I don't know. And that's why I had to permit him to say A. Walgreens and CVS are both more than 9,000 located. I have no clue. Don't ask me, extended. Go ask Twitch. Why don't you send Twitch an email being like, why is A? See? Okay, well, like this kid is saying sex-based term because he's saying I got AIDS from toilet seat once by an accident, so I'm just gonna deny you. But oh, RAD. Oh, is this? Oh, really? Oh. Oh, but their stock symbol is RAD too. So cool. Let's talk about this, and maybe if we could do no, because I'm going out Friday or not. Maybe if I do on Friday, they'll be go so good. I guess so. Hey, Secretary. When are you coming back home? It's time we send you on IRL trip across the US for what? Looking for all the right A. Today's content. Go across US on airplanes to see all the right A. Wow. Then you know how much you have to invest on my trip? Hit East and West Coast. I think this year I'll just be visiting more of West Coast. So kind of want to go to Texas, but I might just finish everything in Cali and maybe go to Seattle. Yeah, I'll make a vlog going to Rite Aid. That'd be so interesting. I don't know what the story's gonna be about though. Hitchhiking across the US to visit all the blanks? Oh my god. I'm always scared of hitchhiking. What if it's like a creepy guy? In car, I hate... Okay, one thing about me is I'm such a snobby girl. I hate... Like, I hate driving. This doesn't exist in Wisconsin? Oh. Maybe I could do it when I visit places. I'd be like, what is this? And you guys would be like, this is a chain. I'd be like, this is not in Wisconsin. And then it starts, and then we'd be like, let's tour around. And it'd be like a 7, 8, 9 minute video. Oh. Let's talk about Rite Aid. Is it Rite Aid? Yeah, it's Rite Aid. Guys, it's not Rite Aid. Stop writing AIDS. Oh, this is even New York Post. Damn. Talking about New York, I still have to edit. I haven't been editing this week. I was so busy. Why am I so busy? Oh, plural? Really? No, I hate RVs. Guys, I really hate driving. Oh, I honestly hate driving. So don't ask me to drive. I think just... Okay, so this week... So on the 18th, I had dance subathon. 19th, I had 3 hours of dance practice. 20th, I had 4 hours of golf. I woke up today at 7 because my alarm was ringing and I could barely move my body and I fell asleep again, and I woke up at 8:40 and my eyes were like really swollen, and this eye is also like somewhat swollen. Like my double eyelid is messed up right now for this eyes. Either of my eyes, this part got fat or something. I think it's just too much of long exercising time I had for the past 3 days. Yeah, and then I get like duchin. I should drink some water. So today is no exercising day. If I exercise, then... Yeah, and then I also have a secret to tell you guys. On the 19th, before my dance practice, I went to go play golf for an hour because I got so stressed. I just needed to hit things. Maybe that didn't do a good... That wasn't good for my body. Okay, guys. Let's end for today. All Green only bought 1,900 stores. Oh, really? So it's not... They're not the owner. They don't own Rite Aid. Okay, it's time to turn on the AC. Okie dokie, oh, is that true? Yes, okay. Jinri, wake up. Wake up, Jinri. Okay, guys. Today's exclusive business news. Rite Aid rejected 800 million takeover bid this month. We'll talk about this. Thanks. Share. Rite Aid earlier this month quietly rejected a takeover bid that valued the drugstore chain at more than 800 million. So they're thinking that they're more than 800 million, right? Despite it being nearly twice the drugstore chain's current stock price. Private equity firm Spearpoint Capital Management said it made an offer to buy Rite Aid on March 30th for 14.6 a share, or 850 million. A 56 premium to its closing price that day of $9.36. Shares of Rite Aid, the nation's fourth largest pharmacy chain, fourth, jumped 11% to $8.20. Rite Aid General Counsel Paul Gilbert engaged in talks with Spearpoint and rejected the offer. Wow, rejected. Which was conditioned on due diligence of Rite Aid's financials. In an April 11 letter, Gilbert said Spearpoint doesn't adequately understand the hurdles to buy the company that are posed by the company's roughly $3 billion in distressed loan. Walmart is third? Then what's first? Walgreens and then CVS? Oh. So, guys, Rite Aid, for being the fourth largest pharmacy chain, who has a stock price of $8.20, have rejected a 14.6 a share. So this means that they think that their stock prices can increase as much as this and that they don't want to sell it. Or what makes them not want to sell it to Spearpoint Capital Management? Maybe they found something wrong with the management company, or because I think it's a reasonable deal. I mean, for me who've never heard about this company, it's like, is it still worth keeping it when their share is only, I mean, their share isn't everything, but isn't it better to sell it at a high price? Or maybe they think that their company is undervalued because their overall graph, I guess their highest was in September when it was what, $18? See their monthly. Wow, they dropped a lot. So their highest was back in 2015, which is around $180. So then it 2017 and 18, 19 was just a huge downfall. I feel like this is gonna be Netflix's future. And then it stayed around below $20, and they were like, we'll buy it now, and I guess they didn't want to. You can just want to keep a company to run them. The owners of Rite Aid might think the company should be worth more, or they just want to keep operating it. Selling doesn't have to be the end goal for all. Yeah, but I guess for me, if I like the money and if it's too hard to manage, I'd just sell it. But I guess also because they're the fourth largest, they probably think they're valued more than the current stock price, since they were around $180. Like, I feel like they would have that pride of, you're only gonna buy at 14.6 a share? Like, are you joking me? Like, we were back in like 2015, back in my days, boys, like, we were worth 180 a share, guys. So 14.6 is so low. Maybe that's what they thought. Now, continuing with the article, Spearpoint now is considering launching a hostile tender offer directly to shareholders. They contend if it needs to pay the debt, it can negotiate with Rite Aid creditors, and believes that with some loans trading at 75 cents to $1, they might welcome a new strategy. This isn't over, this is the beginning. There is real value here. And I guess they didn't respond to that request for a comment. So, this is Rite Aid, guys. I've never seen this in Midwest. Rite Aid has principal payments coming due in late 2025. It might have trouble repaying. It might have trouble repaying. Sources and analysts said what? Okay. Rite Aid has principal payment coming due in late 2025. It might have trouble repaying. Sources and analysts said. A buyout would likely be considered a change of control event requiring Spearpoint to pay off the lenders. So I guess they have also payment due, but still didn't tell. Also, guys, question. What does it mean when they're launching a hostile tender offer directly to shareholders? 이건 뭔 소리야? So are they trying to convince the shareholders to sell their stocks or to sell the company to the Spear? Buying shares directly from shareholders? So that I guess they can have more power in buying it later. Spearpoint, meanwhile, maintains it has a buyer for Rite Aid's pharmacy benefits manager, which covers 3.2 million lives. That undisclosed buyer is willing to pay $2 billion for the PBM business, which the Fitch rating agency recently said it believed was worth $1.2 billion. Wow. Spearpoint also believes Rite Aid could be making much more by selling its data to other business, including selling its prescription data to insurers. Presently, Rite Aid only shares data with its suppliers to manage inventory. So this is bad opar. So they're saying, hey, you can make more money by selling prescription data to insurers. Can companies actually sell their prescription data? Isn't that against law? Don't they? Is that bad? That should be against HIPAA law in US. Yeah, what the? No wonder they didn't sell the company. Yeah, I mean, phone company business is different from prescription data. This is medical data that they're trying to sell. Is this okay? What? No wonder they didn't sell it to this company. So I think Spearpoint is only doing this for money. Like, I'm assuming they mean to say what medicines get sold more, but it's insurers. So then they'll know what type of patient they can insure more. So still not personal data? So I guess they were thinking that they're not doing a good job of using what they have to make more money. Continuing, the fund also believes Rite Aid can sell data on its roughly 2,500 stores to real estate developers who seek information on economic and demographics in different parts of the country. Spearpoint has recently become focused on what is called the assetization and monetization of data and has several target companies in mind, like Rite Aid. Spearpoint has chosen not to approach lenders until its offer is made public early Thursday, he said. Rite Aid, meanwhile, has been sorry, Joey is here. Has been in steady decline for several years. In 2018, Walgreens bought 1,932 Rite Aid stores for $4.37 billion, cutting Rite Aid's footprint by almost half. And now that their share has slid from 22.29 to 7 level before the Post broke the story. maybe it was a good job because it seems that this company wants to use a lot of the data that Rite Aid has and use it to make more money, which is normally what you want to think about. But I feel like Rite Aid's focus isn't more about money, but more about, you know, bringing customers products that they want to, you know, give out, or I mean sell to. So do you guys think Rite Aid made a good decision on not selling their company to Spearpoint? Because from what they said in the article, it seems that Spirit Point is trying to make more money for Rite Aid by selling different types of data, such as prescription data or type of like economic demographic information data, etc., to real estate developer. Any opinion about that? Anything? Or are we just sleeping? Or are you just being like Joey and like being so... Hey ma, 가만히 있어! Sorry. What is PE firms? Are you guys being like Joey? Okay. Got so fat recently too. Private equity firm. Also, this is private equity firm. Feel like the world would be a better place if most PE firms didn't exist, or if greed didn't exist. Yeah, I also think it would have been a great, like the world would be a better place if greed didn't exist, but unfortunately greed does exist. It's so sad. Sounds like a good business decision to not put yourself in a position to receive a class action lawsuit. I mean, I guess like what Secretary said, if it's just maybe not personal data, but you know, like not medical data, medication data, like pharmacy data of like what medicines were being sold, that probably doesn't like probably isn't against the law like HIPAA, but still. Not selling was probably not the right decision for shareholders. Yeah. Don't know enough about valuation of pharmaceutical companies to make an accurate assumption. Oh, okay. Pharmacies like Rite Aid are really all about location and the convenience of picking up your prescriptions along with miscellaneous items. If they are closing locations, must be competition or bad customer service, because people need their drugs. Yeah. But still, if it's fourth biggest pharmaceutical company, I still think that's doing a very good job. Like, if you compare with other, I want to know like who's 5th, 6th, 7th. Like, I want to know the top 5 and see if I've heard of them. It's probably good moral, but not good business. Oh, typical Rite Aid customers probably have less moral qualms about buying from here. Companies that want to assetize or monetize things that they didn't have any role in creating generally kind of sucks. Yeah. I could see why you guys are saying for the shareholders it might have not been a good idea, because, you know, and they're only like what? $8. And I think the top 3 competitors that they have, Walgreens, Walmart, CVS, they're standing so strong. It'd be really hard to win against them, but at the same time, I feel like being too greedy is still bad. Being a bit greedy is healthy, but if you go beyond that point. Oh, so mostly grocery store chain. I've never heard about Albertston. Oh, Costco is 10? Really? Kroger also has pharmacy Oh, I didn't know about that. Amazon is getting into pharmacy business too. Oh. I wonder how many mom and pop pharmacies as a whole count too. What's mom and pop pharmacies? Further away but less money for 90 days supply than... What? Oh, you can use Costco pharmacy without a membership? Oh, really? Thanks. Guys, so... I mean, but for people like me, if you don't really know Rite, I wouldn't even cared about it. So if you guys were the shareholders of Rite Aid and that like you just heard this news saying, hey, we're not selling our stock for $800 million, even if it's double our price, more or around almost double my price, right? Because I think it was like what, at $14. Yeah, kind of double, but not too much. What would you say to Rite Aid? Would you be like, good job, you can earn more money, or would be like, you just lost me money? Because I guess you would have to think in future if they could increase their share price up to $14 a share, but because I personally think, if from what I heard for Spear Point, honestly I think it was a good choice because I don't know, Spear Point's very crazy about money, but that's probably because they're a private equity company. But at the same time, it would kind of suck for their shareholders because, you know, they're not gaining any money either. And also, another question I have is, even if they sold their business to this company, there's no guarantee that their stock price is going to increase, or that like all the different things that they're trying to do, like selling data point, is going to make Rite Aid a better store, or, you know, be a good competitor against, like, it doesn't do anything good for the consumers. Maybe it might for real estate developers or what, insurers, or maybe they have other things for customers, but I don't see the purpose of them selling this currently. I think they're doing a good job. I don't see the point. So kind of conclude this article, guys. Personally, I think Rite Aid did a good job, but I'm not really familiar with pharmaceutical work or company, so can't say much about it, but I still think they shouldn't be selling for money, and that they should actually be doing it for their own, like, their actual business model. And I don't think, you know, like selling prescription, any type of data is related to their business model, especially if they're a pharmaceutical company. That's why I don't like recent technologies. They always sell data, and it really sucks. But yeah, that's Rite Aid for you guys. $800. $800 million, not eight, just 800. Let's move on. Yeah. Proud of Rite Aid? I don't know if it's proud of though. Because if I were in their position, I would have been like, oh, what? Why are you not selling? Wait, does Aldi's are Aldi, wait, isn't Aldi also part of, is that also a there's also a grocery? Maybe you should talk about your actual OPAR, more about pharmacies. And what do you, like, should I ask him what he thinks about Rite Aid? Yeah. I think ethics is such, like, you know, it's such a hard... Isn't it like, isn't there... Oh, I can't think today. You know what? Jinri's not gonna think, so whatever I'm trying to say, I'm just gonna So supermarket and grocery chain is different. And what we're talking about is pharmacy. See, I don't understand why pharmacy also sells grocery. Cause it was kind of funny, guys. So when my brother's working in CVS as a pharmacist, and what I found interesting or funny was that he was like trying to explain what CVS is. Grocery store. Yeah. Sorry. Grocery stores have pharmacies. And in Korea, if you say you work at a grocery store, you know, like, he graduated pharmacy with a pharmacy degree. He's working at a grocery store. like Korean parents don't really understand this American like pharmacy system, since you know, when you graduate from in Korea, normally what happens is if you graduate from pharmacy school, you either go to a pharmacy, like a private pharmacy, like you work at a private pharmacy, or you like start your own private pharmacy, or work in the hospital. But then vice versa in US. Like when we think of CVS, the first thing that comes to your mind isn't, oh, it's a pharmacy company. It's more like a grocery store or, you know, like a convenience store. So when my grandma first figured out that my brother is working at a CVS, we had to explain it's a grocery store. She was a bit confused, but we had to explain that everyone in the US, there isn't private pharmacy, and that everyone goes to those type of big companies. So technically he is considered working in a big firm. So it was just really funny. It was just like, grandma's like, what? I mean, it's not Korean parents are too critical. Imagine if you graduated with a pharmacy degrees, you know, like they're not saying, oh my god, you failed your life. It's more like they worry, saying maybe did something really hard thing, like that something like, is he having a hard time finding a job, or is there something going on? Like they want to help, like they, you know, so there's still many CVS that only sells like OTC drugs and pharmacy. Oh, one near me don't sell. Oh, really? I've never seen a CVS that doesn't sell groceries. True to hard to explain. Yeah, I travel. People think drugstore, but they expect drugstore to sell food and other stuff. Oh, is it kind of like that? Not many private pharmacy in Wisconsin. Yeah, I think we have only like one. Actually, most people go to pharmacy school seem to want to work in retail pharmacy. Yeah, that's what my brother said too. In Korea, like my dad didn't understand. He was like, "Go work at a hospital." My brother's like, "No, I just want to work at Walgreens." So my dad, when he first said that, my dad was like, "Oh." Because he doesn't. My dad also didn't understand this concept, and I didn't understand it either. Because I honestly thought that you'd get more money working at clinical or hospital setting, but I think you still work with customers for clinical or hospital. They still don't. They still go get. I guess maybe not at maybe not. Yeah, cause remember I got the $600 Advil at the in the ER. I didn't get it from the pharmacy. Oh really? Oh, I didn't know. Yeah, but I think my brother's enjoying it. Apparently he told me a story. Oh, maybe this is private story that some story I'm not supposed to tell to you guys, but he also has lots of fun client dealing stories. So yeah, no one understood my brother because it's just the culture in America is different from, like, the pharmacy culture is different in America than Korea. So Koreans are used to just having your own private pharmacy, and I think they weren't like criticizing, but I guess they were more confused on why he would be working at a retail store. Oh really? I think my brother is okay with it. You should interview him for an episode of BTP, Behind the Pharmacist. I swear my brother has fun stories, but probably not like stream, like it's not probably allowed on stream. Yeah, that Advil, because I didn't have healthcare at that time since I wasn't working, and yeah, it was just crazy. I was in a weird situation back then, so I got my toe ripped from my heels, my dance shoes heels, because I was walking at night holding my cat. I didn't realize I put my shoes there, so it ripped really badly, and I yelled to my mom, "Mom, my toe got cut." She freaked out and she ran down and she's like, "What happened?" So oh yeah, I deleted that because I just wanted to organize my things. So yeah, or dentist. I think in dental and pharmacy school there's a lot of women, since it's like not too hard working things. Oh yeah, I was thinking, never mind. So even in Korea, the college pharmacy that I went to, they actually made you, if it's just like, if the doctor specifically said to the patient go to the pharmacy inside the hospital, they're normally sent to private pharmacy around or nearby. So yeah, that's my kind of side story about Korean pharmacy, is that, or the difference between Korean pharmacists versus American pharmacists, is that there isn't any retail pharmacist in Korea, so they were very confused. Poor brother. Yeah, they do. Yeah. But I never did that. But I heard that they were supposed to do that. Myth of pharmacist? Should I start a pharmacy? I think I really want to convince my brother to start a pharmacy YouTube. I swear he'll have fun stories. It's kind of sad that he doesn't, because he has, like, you know, he has good stories. Oh. He deals with lots of fun patients. It's kind of sad because it goes against his, like, things. But there's so many doctors in Korea who started YouTube. So even my my uncle is a YouTuber. Or he goes on YouTube shows because actually, I won't say, because he's actually very famous. I don't want him to think I'm mooching off of him. I guess you guys want to know, but it was pretty interesting. So I always, when we like joke around, saying, "Oh, he's the YouTuber, not the doctor." So yeah, he's a famous uncle. I mean, so he does children's psychology, I think. Something that deals with children. I think it was children's psychology. I have to double check. But if you write his name on YouTube, it actually shows up. Like, he's actually in the he's actually in the thingy. Like, he has 174k view. But he goes on shows. Like, he doesn't have his own channel. Oh yeah, it is 소아정신과. What is this in English? He's funny. So kids, pediatric 아닌가 모르겠다. Yeah. Korean pharmacists in K-drama seem to play a doctor role and give medicine based on customer symptoms, but without a doctor's prescription? Oh, I mean, if you go to the pharmacist and you say I have a headache, they usually give you guys medicine. But if it's kind of severe, then they'll be like, oh, you should probably, like, if you want the right meds, you probably need doctor's prescription. So I don't think that's true, Farmer. So he's like an expert guest. Yeah, he is. Yeah, he's in the search suggestions if you type his name on YouTube. But I don't know what this is in English. Anyways, moving on. Let's talk about home price hit a record. Or I like this casual talk, guys. Yeah, it's just OTC drugs, and there are some OTC drugs that can be sold in Korea. There are OTC drugs that actually need that can be sold in Korea but can't be sold in the US. I can't speak English. Thank you. So that's why. But normally they have a subscription. Yeah, because they wouldn't make a drama that's not like that. Hey Joey, where you want to go, man? Okay, you chill now. You wanted to go here? Lost your way? Oh, did I say subscription? No way, extended. No way. Did I really say subscription? Don't lie to me. I don't know if it's a good idea to continue this content. I'm supposed to sound smart, but I sound so stupid. Did I really say subscription? Oh my god. Maybe I'm craving for more subscription. I can't believe it. Don't lie to me. I think today is the worst streaming day I had, where my brain is normally, at least I could think on my other days, but today is just, what is thinking? I keep asking to myself, how do you think? Is thinking a legit thing? Oh, really? So let's talk about housing. Oh, and then I had a fun debate question, which I don't know if it's a good idea to ask you guys, but one thing, I don't know if I should divide this by gender or if that's gonna cause an issue, but I just feel like a lot of girls get jealous of each other than guys getting jealous of guys. And I want to know if that's like a gender thing or is that just personality thing, because I haven't met any guys get jealous of other guys. Like, do you get jealous if you see a buff guy? Is that a weird question to ask? But then, like, if you see girls, they always get jealous of each other. And I think they hate when they hear that, but yeah, I think it's more common. And I wonder why. And sometimes you can kind of tell that the person gets jealous of each other, but just everything, even situation. Like, have you ever met a guy who got jealous of anything? I've never met anyone who gets jealous. I could be buff if I wanted to. I've never seen any. Like, I've only had guy friends and no one got jealous of each other. But I've had a lot of girlfriends and they always get jealous of each other. Not like, so okay, maybe relationship jealousy is also that I've seen also with guys too, but I'm talking like just wealth, looks, 뭐라 해야 되지? 뭔가 like situation, and then they start talking crap about the person. So yeah, and I don't know if that could happen with guys. Like, you don't go, oh my god. So I heard like Loco has money. Like, what the heck? The other day he was wearing this like jeans that looks so ugly on him, and you know, like, if that action, you know, that person kind of is jealous of him. Men are also poor communicators. We're more harshly regarded for speaking of our insecurities, so that we can lead to the perception we don't get jealous. We just don't vocalize it as much. So maybe you guys actually do get jealous, but you just don't say it. If you are jealous and talking, but there's so many people who do that amongst girls. Like, they're like, oh my god, like, you're so cute, and then behind the back they're like, oh, I don't know. Yeah, but that's so common. I've seen that. So what do those guys say? Do they actually talk to the guy, be like, or I've seen a lot of cases when the girl like says about jealousy. I'm sorry we're talking about jealousy when we're talking about stock and home prices. We will go to this topic, guys, but I just found this so interesting since, like, I've seen cases where, you know, you say one thing. Sorry, I have my leg up because I'm very stiff. But let's say, like, for instance, you know those type of people that talk crap about you in front of your face, but not like in a silly way, like people can't really notice. For instance, like, let's say Natu bought a car and he bought, let's say, Tesla, and like, it's like me being like, oh my god, you bought a Tesla? Do you know how long it takes to charge, and like how heavy it is? And you being on that car, oh my god, it's gonna take so long. Or like, that car's gonna be on the floor. You know, something like that. Where it's like, oh. Yeah, but why? But guys don't really say that. Do they? I haven't seen that way. Or like, oh, you bought that dress? Like, oh my god, Holly, you bought that dress? Oh, it looks so bad on you. Or like, oh, I don't know, it kind of makes your thighs a bit big. Oh, hi, brother! I was just talking about pharmacy and I just thought about you. Remember when grandma was very confused when you said you worked at CVS? And then we had explained to her that it was a retail or like a drugstore that sold groceries, and she was very worried. So I think usually guys can accept hierarchy better. Yeah, I was about to say her different word. I couldn't be with a girl that continuously judges others. She has to be her own person and comfortable with who she is, not comparing herself to others. Yeah. And I really hate it. Sometimes, like, if you're jealous, it's okay to admit that you're jealous. Jealousy is natural thing, but sometimes they're like, "Ugh, this isn't jealousy. I don't know what you're talking about." Just be like, what the? I can't. If you're judging someone, I think it's some sort of jealousy because there's no reason to judge. Like, I don't really judge you guys unless you guys say something mean to me. Then I'm judging you guys because you guys are being rude. But if the other person isn't doing anything and then you're judging that person, that's just jealousy. I mean, among non-friends, probably saw something like that here or there. Here's the thing. There's like weird friends or like co-workers sometimes. We say you bought a Tesla, how fast does it go? Well, that's all you say. That's different though. Guys don't tend to do the fake frenemy thing in the way some women seem to do. Yeah. So you guys don't have any fake friends? My stepbrother-in-law always sort of talked down on my dad for seemingly not smart decisions, when it's just him trying to flaunt what he doesn't actually know, if that makes sense. Can you give examples? I haven't got certain job position because of jealous people. What does that relate to? Like, for instance, there's so many cases. Yeah, see, that's probably the case with other girls too. It's not like we can't really like do anything about it. So, and it kind of sucks when people really don't know about that. My dad buys ice cream. Bro-in-law says, "Why you buy that ice cream when it is better? When this is better?" But my dad bought the ice cream because it's his favorite. Oh man, that's a beat move. I've had fake friends, but haven't seen them since high school. Oh. Yeah. I feel like it's easier to get rid of guys. The thing about it's just that people talk behind each other's back a lot, so it's really hard to say no to a girl. At least the people that I've met with, and it's hard. That's why, honestly, I really preferred guy friends. There's less dramas when you have guy friends. Or at least with guy friends, it's easier for me to talk honest with them. Like, for instance, I had a guy friend who left our like a Kakao group talk because he had a girlfriend, and I think his girlfriend made him leave. And then like they broke up a couple years later. I just talked to him. And it was funny because someone told me that they broke up, and then he knew that I broke up with my ex, and I think he called me first, be like, "Hey, heard the news." And I'm like, "Haha, I heard the news too." And we were just chill. And then the last time I met, I just made fun of him, be like, "Ha, you left the room and you spent so much money. Ah, you're stupid." And they're like, "Oh, okay." So guys, also, yeah, I can't take criticism, so I don't like it when you criticize me, brother. Anyways, just kidding, my brother doesn't criticize me, I criticize him. Oh, sorry, brother. Guys, feel bad for my brother. Anyways, I got rid of my fake friends. Oh wait, I read that. Easier to get rid of guys. Yeah, I think guys are way less dramatic. Why? I think, do you think it has anything to do with hormones, like what's it, medically? Cause when I'm on my period, that's when, isn't that when like I have like feminine, or at least when I start taking the pills, 무슨 필이다? The birth control pills, that's like a lot of like hormones in my body. Oh wait, and also when I did my test, I think they said I had a lot of testosterone. Still haven't gotten that Choa autograph for bro. Oh, I heard Choa did a new song somewhere. Dude, so wait, what happens, brother? What happens when a guy takes birth controls? Oh, really? Did she? Oh, she came out with a new single? Oh. Guys mostly aren't interested in drama, so aren't as likely to participate in it. I think that's because they have lots of testosterones. Wait, but what does iron have to do with being dramatic, though? That doesn't mean guys have lots of iron in their body, though, right? That sounds weird. Will you punch a wall? That'll hurt. Don't do that. Save your finger. Save your hand. Oh, I have to do like 4 of these today. Maybe I'll do some. No, not tomorrow. Wait, what am I doing Saturday? Maybe I'll stream Saturday. This is too fun. I think with guys, if we get angry, we just yell and fight each other rather than backtalk. Yeah. You rarely see girls fight. But nowadays, they have like Kakao Talk or like chatting apps. So can't you just chat on using... Okay, now I'm getting cold. Now using other things. I can understand testosterone's like manly thingy bob. But I don't know, because every time I take birth controls, wow, I get so anxious. Like, I get so angry. That's why I tend to stay away from streaming when I have my period, because normally I can usually, I think I've been getting better at taking some type of like criticism or you guys just trolling. But when it's that time of the month, don't annoy the crap out of me, because I'm already in pain and I don't need other pain. Like, that's my mindset, so. Random side story. So if I don't stream, just be like, oh, she must be having a hard time, guys. And step away. Step away. So. No. Anyway, so to not fight with girls, guys, just be on their side. No matter what they say, just say yes. Just be like, you're right, I'm wrong. Or be like, you're the best. That requires a girl to fight with to begin with? Oh no. Well, I think it's really hard to find a girl these days that meets people's need. I don't know, with social media being so popular these days, of course not every girl is into this, but I've noticed that social media is corrupting some people's like mindset. Like, if they're uploading their friend getting Gucci bag or any type of fancy bag, they start getting jealous. And I've heard lots of stories being like, oh my god, that Ofar bought me Gucci bag. Or someone's friend's boyfriend bought Gucci bag. Why you not buy me Gucci bag? Like, well, you have the money to buy your own Gucci bag. I don't know. It's very interesting. I think human psychology, is this psychology? Biology is very interesting. I have some Ziploc bags? What the heck? It's like me posting a picture of, oh, I bought a PS5. Just feel like it's bragging. It is bragging. That's why it's really hard to do on like Instagram. But so the recent post I did was in Hannam-dong. Oh my gosh, so expensive. I was like, damn, it's like this big, like tartar, like some Korean BBQ tartar this big. It's like what, $20 some. Like, and my auntie took us there, my cousins, and she's like, it's so like Instagram famous, so that's why you came. It's like, but then like I kind of understand. So I'm the eldest of my cousin group, and you know, like we went with the second eldest and the fourth oldest. So like we have number 2 and number 4, if I count number 1. And number 2 actually doesn't care, but I think the number 4 one, she's recently in college and she has lots of rich kids around her because she's in a nice school and everything, and like good department and etc. She's like taking all these Instagram pictures, like taking pictures. Like she took 40 pictures of me that day. She's like, oh my god, Ani, you're such a good model. Like, tick, 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 tick. You know, Apple makes that like sound. It was like. I'm like, oh my god, girl, you need to stop. Like, there's too much, honey. So, and then every time the food came out, she's like, oh my god, wait. I was like, oh shoot. Guys, she's in college, it makes sense. But I think it's just so that it was a good for me to upload it on Instagram, but like I was like, honestly, if I weren't an influencer, I wouldn't have done this. I wouldn't have, like, if I weren't a streamer, I wouldn't even have made Instagram. Like, even for a vlog, guys, even my vlog, the point of this is to make people jealous of, or people want to be like me in living this life, and it's so hard. So I mean, like once every like anniversary, like I definitely go on dates with Mia, and then like, you know, spend a quality time. And we're like old, come on, we're like in our 30s. I'm almost 30, he's like in his 30s, so it's nice to go on like a bit of fancy restaurant, but it's like Instagram picture, I have to do it for vlog. And like at one point I just got so stressed, and they're like, okay, I always tell Mia was like, is this a vlog day or is this just a date? And I'll be like, yeah, today's just a date. So then that's when I have no makeup. And I have nothing, so it's hard. Being a girl is hard. And there's even some guys who does Instagram. It's kind of like, why? So if I see people with Gucci bag, I usually think they lack creativity. Oh my god. Anyways, that's my side story. Should we talk about home prices, guys? Does that sound like a good transition? Naturally. So sorry, I keep getting sidetracked. Anyways, good talk. Did you guys like our talk? The tangent are real today? I don't know. It just, I'm gonna continue this and then I'll do a sidetrack again because I keep forgetting what I like. Normally, oh really? They're legit stories though. Okay, so recently, guys, US home prices hit a record of $375,300 in March. Jump in median price for existing homes came as mortgage interest rates climbed sharply and a shortage of homes for sale continued. Oh! So let's talk about housing. This is actually an interesting topic for me because recently I got interested in housing. So real estate business, and I started to learn a bit about it in Korea. Don't ask me why. If you have free time, you just learn about random things. Remember like a couple of months ago, I'm gonna like check this, but like remember months ago, like I got interested in political debate questions, and then it like was firing in my stream being like ah! And then people are like ah! We didn't have that many viewers, but I had so many chatters. It's so interesting when that happens. Like, people like to rage, like, about political issues out there. It's just really funny to see, like, third wheel, unless they start targeting me, be like, what did I do, man? But anyways, so got really interested in housing, especially the US housing, because the prices are really expensive. So continuing, US house prices soared to a new record in March while mortgage rates continue to rise rapidly, slowing home sales in what has been the hottest housing market in more than 15 years. So house prices are being increased? Existing home sales fell 2.7% last month from February. March sales fell 4.5% from a year earlier. The rise of remote work and the pursuit of more space unleashed a powerful wave of home buying when COVID-19 related lockdowns started to ease in the mid-2020. So people started buying houses around mid-2020. The frenzied housing market, supported by ultra low interest rate at the time, lifted home price throughout the country. Oh, so if you have low interest rate, it lifts house prices because people were then interested in buying houses. Homes for sale often stayed on the market for less than a month, and sometimes only days, while open house could draw lines around the block. Now that frenzy, this is frenzy, right? Is starting to ease, and the volume of home sales is reverting to pre-pandemic level. Oh, wait. Now that frenzy is starting to ease, and the volume for home sale is reverting to pre-pandemic level. With mortgage rate at 5%, is this high? And back to their highest level since 2011. Mr. Yoon expects home sales in 2022 to decrease 10% from last year. Wait, so kind of understanding. So mortgage rate is now at 5%. So my first question I asked was, is this a lot? And 5% is gigantic. Interest rates were actually at 2 to 3%, but they increased 2%. Interest rates right now are at 0.25. And it makes monthly mortgage payment lower by having the low interest rate. More demand, limited supplies equals raise in price. A Fed rate, yeah. Huh? What's Fed rate? 오케이. 오케이. So I was right. 그건 그냥 씹고 있어요. 뭐 이상한 소리 하는 것 같아서. 그래서 의견이니까 아직은 광태를 못하고 이제 좀 각을 보고 있으니까 좀 눈치껏 이제 씹어주면 될 것 같아. 아니면 유도를 하든가 싸운 걸러서. So 5% in mortgage rate is high. Is that correct? Because it used to be at 2 to 3. 2 to 3%. So when you're at like, how come? Okay, so this is someone who never bought a house. It's just 2% increase. It's still high because it's 2% from, let's say the house that I wanted to buy was $300,000, right? So let's play so there's mortgage calculator. Okay, so after a bit of reading, let's try playing around with the mortgage calculator. high for recently, but not historically. So recently it's really high. Oh. The combination of higher borrowing rate and an extremely low inventory of home for sale has led some buyers to give up. Purchase mortgage application volume was down 3% last week from a week earlier and down 14% from a year ago. So what is this mortgage application volume? So you actually have to apply when you want to buy houses? Like, hey, today I want to buy a house. Is that how it goes? Thanks, Barry. Oh, really? Oh, so you can't just be like, hey, I want to buy a house. So mortgage application is like application to borrow money to buy a house. Not you have to apply to just buy a house. It's okay. I thought you actually need to like federal approval that saying I'm ready to buy a house. Well, I guess it's still the same thing, right? Since generally you don't have cash to buy a house, yeah. Unless you're super rich or you bought like Bitcoin back in 2012. When you have 30-year mortgage, that makes a difference in how much interest you pay over a lifetime of the loan. Oh, that's true. If you think about it, 30 years with 3% versus 5%, that's also a big number. Even if it's like what? Couple $1,000, $20,000 etc. Oh, so you need pre-approval. And that it's now hard because there aren't that many homes for sales. Oh, I want to know in terms of location-wise, because if we compare it to maybe like New York, obviously it's probably really hard to buy a house and it's expensive. But what about like Mississippi? Or like, you know, or what are some, you know, like Pacific area, like Colorado? I'm not dissing these states, but I just think that they have less people. Is that considered dissing? Or even Wisconsin. Oops, I can't even spell Wisconsin. Oh, Colorado is expensive. I think this is because they have Salt Lakes, Inga. Well, how about other places? So New York City is not that bad. It's the suburb near New York City. New York City. So New York. Oh, Salt Lake is in Utah. Oh, sorry. Jinri doesn't know her geography. So New York is cheap, but places near New York City is expensive. Not that bad means it didn't go up as much as the suburb. New York City is still expensive. Oh, okay. Not cheap. Okay. So my question is, when they say they don't have the volume or like they don't have homes for sale, like low inventory of homes for sale, does this apply to every 50 states or is this just at certain states? Would be interesting to figure out, because personally I think maybe in other some states it's not that there might be lots of homes. Don't you think so? Maybe it's just me. See, look at me, share your thoughts. I could write my thoughts here. Oh, I should ask these questions then. Oh, good question. So, continuing, guys. Many states, probably, yeah, but not all states. Less homes available overall. Okay. So, continuing. We do see a lot of serious pre-approved buyers that were ready to go just a month ago, and now they're not in the market anymore all of a sudden. Well, this is San Diego. This girl is Monica in San Diego. Doesn't San Diego make sense? This one, I think it makes sense. But analysts expect home prices to keep climbing due to limited supply. The inventory of 950,000 homes for sale at the end of March was down 9.5% from March 2021. Many homes on the market still receive multiple offers. The median existing home price rose 15% in March from a year earlier to $375,300. A record high in data going back to 1999. So it reached the highest now. Wow. Do you guys have $375,300 so I can buy? So these couple, I'm guessing Monique. Oh my god. So this two couple bought a house which was listed for $225,000, located in Springfield, Illinois, and they paid $245,000. They also sold Mr. Walker's home last month for $126,000 after receiving 6 offers within the first day of listing. Wow, the housing is so crazy. Monique. Oh. In this market, you know that there's tons of offers. You just have to accept the fact that you're going to pay more than what it's listed for. The spring is often the busiest season for home sales, with 40% of typical existing home purchases occurring between March and June, according to NAR. Real estate agents already see signs that activity has been picking up this spring compared with the slower winter months. But this spring sales are expected to fall short of the season's torrid pace last year. So, how come spring is the busiest season? Maybe people are getting married more during spring and then winter maybe not. I'm just kind of guessing, because maybe May is normally the month of marriage, kind of. You know, it's like the nice day and you can all be pretty and etc. So. And school summer vacation is normally happens in May. Oh, that's true. Oh, I never thought about that way. I was thinking like newlywed people. So when I was looking, everyone was looking to buy lower than the listed price. Now it's the opposite. Yeah, house too expensive. What the fudge? Less people touring houses during the winter. Oh. People generally move around less during winter, but from personal experience, checking the heating during the winter is important. Yeah, but also AC though, no? Winter rent prices go down also. Oh, that's also nice. Okay, so what question I was gonna ask you guys? I forgot. I wanted to think about. Okay, well, let's continue reading about housing. The number of people who are in the market has been reduced, but so has the number of homes on the market. If mortgage rate raise much further, I think they will start becoming a factor, but I don't think they're a factor yet. Consumers already feel pessimistic about the housing market. Non-homeowners surveyed by the NYFR, can I just call it like that? Sorry, New York Federal Reserve in February said they had a 43.3% likelihood of owning a home in the future. Down from 51.6% a year earlier, and the lowest on record in data is going back to 2014. 43.3 is optimistic. Guys, you guys still think 43 is still optimistic about owning a home in the future? I also think this is why people don't want to get married. The living cost is so expensive. Yeah, because it says New York. Oh. Oh. hard to buy a house now. Yeah, who's actually thinking about buying a house? Who wants to have? I'm guessing everyone, because you want to get married and you want to buy a house and you want to be very nice, right? You want to be very nice. You want to have a nice open thingy. I'm saving up for it, but at this rate, 43.3 open to moving to other places, maybe. So who here is who here can actually afford to buy a house though? Like, not to diss you guys, be like, you guys can't buy a house, but for me right now, I can't buy a house. Just so you know, I can't buy anything. A studio? Oh, I can buy a house in Minecraft. Oh. Like, including the debt though. Like, let's say I can still pay up for the debt. For me, since I'm a streamer, I don't have a daily income, so I'd be afraid to risk buying a house. Also, the housing fee in Korea is also expensive. Depends on how much the house costs. That's true. I guess like any house you want to buy. You probably don't want to buy like a studio house though. Like if you want a house where you can, you know, grow your kids and everything. Like if you want to think about that much. So let's continue. Only 24% of consumer survey said it was a good time to buy a house. Less than half the rate a year earlier, and record low in data going back to mid-2010. So only 24% of consumers, so I'm guessing they're rich. You're like, who cares about the mortgage fee? Like, we don't really care. Entry-level buyers are having a especially tough time of it, in part because there are fewer available homes for sale at lower price point. The share of first-time buyer in the market fell to 30% from 32%. It's not that much fall though. While the sudden raise in mortgage rate is causing some buyers to peel off, others are acting before rates climb. A couple decided to move last year from Arizona to Ohio to be closer to their mom and to buy a house, which they couldn't afford to do in Phoenix. So Arizona is actually maybe more expensive than Ohio. I think the cheapest location to live in the US would be mid-east. Or maybe it's just Phoenix. Oh, maybe. During the month and a half they looked for a house to buy in Ohio, mortgage rate climbed from 3.75% to 4%. So they ended up buying a ranch house in Ontario, Ohio for $218,500 in March with a 4% interest rate. And they plan to move in June. We feel like we're very lucky. 이것도 expensive인데? So it's 4% interest rate from this much money, is it? Look at these people buying houses for like 250K. Yeah, this is a lot. No? Oh! New Jersey is 750K there? Oh, it's 4% a year. Okay. Like I always say, you can always move to Wisconsin. Wisconsin is always a good option, guys. Building activity has increased due to the strong demand, but builders have been slowed by supply chain issues and labor shortage. Housing starts, a measure of US home building, rose 0.3% in March from February. So it seems that building activity has increased. So they're trying to build more houses, right? This is a good sign. So more houses are trying to come. But however, the demand for labor shortage, this also makes sense. Probably because of how much they're getting paid. And supply chain issues. So the material, there's issue with materials. Wisconsin doesn't have Rite Aid though. Go away, man. My renovation cost went up. So wait, okay, so let's talk about material for a sec for housing. How much does it, or what do you need? You probably need wood. Wait, is it wood or brick? I don't know how to build a house, guys. So pandemic screwed up supply chain that haven't fully recovered. So wood price is expensive. What else is it? And this is cause of all of this is cause of pandemic. Not much brick. Oh, sorry. My friend rebuilding his recent bought house to resell it. He's saying wood is super expensive. I wonder what percentage has increased for wood. Check wood price. Do I maybe I should use lumber price. Oh, I'm sorry, I can't spell price today. 이건가? 아운스인데? Okay, maybe this isn't what I'm supposed to look for. I think there's a company named Lumber. Oh, and I spelled lumber wrong too. What the heck? I can't even spell today. Maybe I should just type wood price. Wood. Oh, that is the right one? 뭐요? 이건가? Is this wood? Obvious. 이거 뭐야? But this is stock price. Random link number. 아닌가? Okay. Thank you. This is why I don't like searching, guys. Don't make me search. I can't find the right one. So, according to Random Length, as of December 29, the price of framing lumber topped 1,000 per thousand. 167% increase since last August. 100. 그럼 얼마였어? Then what's the original price? 167%야? (2.6배) So double? So 와. No wonder they can't build more houses. So what if is there other materials they can use other than wood? And that's what I'm also shocked with, is that they haven't figured out other materials they can use to build houses. How about like plastic? See? Does plastic not apply? Can't you build houses of plastic? I'm surprised people haven't thought of other materials to build houses. Yeah, 3D printed. Oh, joke aside, guys, is wood still the best choice? Like, this is 2022. Wood is the cheapest and it's $1,000? Yeah, probably. If it's been like 2022 and still half the US was covered in forest. So how about now? Housing builders are around 452 weeks low. Wall Street knows the end game is near. What do you mean by that? I'm sure they can be alternate materials, but wood is easier to work with. Ah. Then honestly, it kind of doesn't make sense. You know how we're always like, we should go paperless. Guys, stop printing, save paper. But we're already trying to build houses. Like, made out of wood. I feel like wood is much. We use less wood making paper than houses, though. Wow, this is so interesting. Even brick houses use wood? Wow, I never thought people still use wood. I thought it would have been like still like steel or something. Oh. This is very important use that we should know of, guys. So who still is thinking about buying house? After all this, house pricing has reached $375,000, yada yada yada. Like, who's still up for buying a house with mortgage rate of 5%, which is 3% increase from what they last had? So hi Wong. So then, guys, what's some ways to I don't even know. What are some ways for people to buy houses? This is such a negative cycle, though, guys. So, what are some ways to buy houses? Number one, make more money. Two, go to army. Go to army and get VA loan. What is VA loan? So buy without down payment. Three, get a job at FANG. Fang. Get a job at FANG. Fang. Four, get a cheap land, build your own. But remember, wood costs a lot. But would it be cheaper for me to build my own than buying a house? Yeah, probably, right? Buy land and build own. It would cost like 200K to build a crappy one. Is it really worth buying land? Because you still have to buy the land and build everything. 375K is so cheap for a house. Because you live in Cali. 5, win a lottery. This is reality, guys. Enough with, like fairy tale mode. Inherit a house. Check your grandpa. If he ask your grandpa if he has a house. Veterans Affairs VA. Quit spending on expensive car. Dude, no one has an expensive car. That's so minor, though. Land is worth 200K? Wow, you need a permit to build your own house? Oh. Become a successful Oya streamer. I thought you were gonna check if your grandpa. Oh no 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 no! I meant to check if your grandparents have a house that they can, you know, give to you, and convince him to give him the house right now. Wow, this is reality of housing in US. But some people are saying it's cheap, but if you check your location, it's probably, this is, guys, this is the median, but it did jump, which means that wherever you guys are living, it's probably too high for you guys to purchase with the income that you're making. Not dissing how much you guys are making, but it's just that the pricing is just crazy. And it's not that we can only, you know, pay the housing fees. We also have to pay for our living cost. And if that's also going to be increasing because of, let's say, inflation, I don't even know how our inflation is going on right now, but there's no way that an average household could easily buy a house. Oh, number 8, rent. But you wanna buy a house in the end, because you don't want to give something to your children, unless you're not thinking about marriage and you're kind of like a YOLO person who's like, I don't need a house. If I die, I die. So, Isaac, consider the maintenance fee involved with the house. If you don't know how to do stuff, that's all money bleeding out. Yeah. And property tax, that's true. So my next question is, does this price, when they're saying US home prices has increased, does this include condos, or is now the next best option to, instead of buying houses, to buy condos? Because condos really is good, unless like there's condos that like house only. Condos usually have condo fee. Yeah. Oh, they're still expensive? But they mow your lawn. Condo will have HOA? What is HOA? What's HOA? A homeowner association. Oh, that's extra payment. So you have to pay for HOA. That's another 500 a month. I don't think I have that in my neighborhood. What? Oh. That's so bad though. Oh. Guys, then what's better? Okay, let me give you guys options. So, since the housing prices increase and everything's just so expensive, and you know, it's all these options of trying to buy a house. I don't know, maybe some of you guys live or who has a job at Fang, or maybe, you know, who's in army. You guys can just listen. But let's say it's hard for you to make more money because you can't, you know, advance to the next job location and etc, yada yada yada, or you know, you can't really work at Fang because of some situation. Army is kind of impossible because of your health condition, blah blah blah. Can't buy land, and you can't do any of these. So the option to then instead, since the housing fee is just crazy, is probably not buy a house but buy condo. Is that cheaper? I'm not sure, but that could be an option. Renting, so just be in a house that you can just rent for, or an apartment. What are some other options you could do? So finding roommate would be part of renting. Homeless? So of these all options, okay, let's not include homeless, but I think buying a condo is probably as expensive as buying a house, I think. Oh, live with relatives. That's also important. That's also an option. So it's smaller. So okay, so all these choices, probably living with relative is the best options. Oh, there's also townhouse. But I didn't like the townhouses. So there are other options out there, but it's always great to buy your own house. Cause you know, like when you're a kid, you have that like story time and you have goals in your life. And around 30 something, you're always like, I wanna buy a house from on sale. But then since it's so expensive, it's really hard. So either you have to buy a house, or sorry, a condo or a townhouse. If you can't do that, probably have to rent. But if you think about getting married and having kids, you probably want to buy a house. So yeah, but if your work is in the US, probably don't want to buy a buy a house in a cheaper country, unless you want to have another extra job. So really sucks that this is happening. Also, some questions that they said was, what is the real estate market like in your area? The heck, this is a weird question. But so my last question for you guys: if you guys were a newlywed, maybe you're getting married, how are you gonna afford these houses? I guess that's all. I guess we can't really ask of you to do that, but to conclude, I hope you guys can afford your own houses, and that hopefully someday the housing fee could go down. I highly doubt it, but yeah, good luck on buying houses, guys. And that's all for the housing. It's just so sad. Can housing fee even go down? There's no way to make housing fee go down, right? But those are bad like disaster. Yeah, those are. Can it go down in a positive way? More sellers than buyers? Oh, maybe if they could keep on building somehow, like there's a fairy godmother who gives free wood to people and they can build their own houses, then maybe there'll be more sellers than buyers, so it'll go down. So let's pray on either winning the lottery or having a fairy godmother come down and rescuing you guys. How can you afford your own houses? Me thinks. Get a job and stash your money somewhere. Is that possible? Japan? I don't know. Korea is also expensive, guys. We couldn't find a house for us to stay since the lease here was ending and it was like doubling our price. The housing fee in Korea is normally cheap, but this, like, we're not in Seoul and it's still expensive for a 2-bedroom. So we had to go outside of Seoul. Made me so sad. But I kept saying to Mia, I was like, Mia, if we're gonna move to a nice location, like, okay, like it has to be in Seoul. I moved from Wisconsin to stay out of all these like farms and stuff. If we're going to another like farmy area, I'm just gonna go back to the US. So. To purchase, I'm not sure. Oh, that'll be interesting. Be able to see the wait. Let me just check if my location is revealed in Korean real estate. Oh no, Joey, are you puking? 아니 왜 하필 내 방송 뒤에서 토해? Oh my god. Joey. Oh, you just puked the watery stuff? What did you eat? 괜찮아? Oh shoot. 괜찮아? Why you look so angry? 일로와 안아줄게. 일로와. 있어요. 아이고. Hairball. Is puking TOS? I'm not sure. Did you guys see him puke? Let's check Korean housing because it doesn't show my location. 자, so this is Gangnam. Are we buying a house or what? Let's buy an apartment. Or no, should we rent first? Okay. Buy a building? Building? Let's buy a Korean house. Let's pick a random house and explain. Okay, let's say you guys got married and you're looking to buy a house. 조이야. And 이렇게 하고 and 얼마 정도? How much can you afford for 뭐죠? 보증금. What is 보증금 in English? 보증금 얼마 넣을래요, 여러분? Closer to the water? Okay. So if I want to be in this area, how old? Oh, security deposit, yeah. Also, let's ask how old does it matter how old the apartment is? Like if it's newly built or some houses are built in 1980 something. So worst thing that can happen with that house is no AC or AC doesn't work that well. Or no hot water. or no soundproof. Old houses usually don't have soundproof. So let's look at 어디가 좋으려나? Let's look here. 여기가 이제 비쌀 거. You look at this 42 아크로 리버 파크. 만포자이 여기 엄청 비쌌는데. So monthly fee I would have to pay 18 42억이 okay. So for rental it'll be what? 2 million. 2 million USD for security deposit and monthly of 1,200. Looks like this. Oh, you guys can see. Like that. Let's do this. And so it looks like this, guys. Well, location's great. This is the outside. Yeah, cause with that security deposit they buy other houses. Oh, there's one right near here. 이건 뭐야? 안포 푸르지오. So 2-bedroom. Oh, 3-bedroom is deposit of this much. Yeah, usually you get full security feedback. 야, 왜 이렇게 얘를 무니? 야. 여긴 참 비싸다. Who has this much? Would this consider apartment and not a house? Yeah, there's no house in Seoul. If you wanna buy a house in Seoul, 그러게, you would? 빌라 주택. If you wanna buy, there's no house. There's no. Why does it point it here? 여기 가야 돼? Oh, there's some house here. Oh, it's cheap. Oh, you can't buy this though. 전세. 매매 있네. So $3 million. Yeah. They ask for most upfront there. Then you hope you get it back when you move. Yeah. But it's this location. Wow, there's nothing here, guys. This is end of line 5. Near Gimpo. 없니? There's some here. Oh, there's some in Hongdae, guys. Oh, there's a villa for purchasing. You can buy this house in Hongdae. But this is probably in a house, a floor. Well, let's see. This only has... Wow, this is so old. Did you know that in Korea, this is all photoshopped to look nicer and longer? Like, this is all lighting. They added extra lights so that the houses look fancy. 홍대? 여기 아까 봤잖아. 빌라. Wow, 이거는 $4 million to buy this house, but they don't even show pictures. 빌라. 단독주택. Wow, do you want to buy this house? Wow, imagine living here, guys. You can buy this house, guys, for oh, very cheap. 1 million, almost to, oh yeah, $1.5 million. Yeah, they probably did that extra wide angle lens. So it's this house and inside looks like this. Oh. Ah. 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 Yeah, 1.5 million for this house. That looks like Silicon Valley. Oh my god. Let's see other house. Where's it? They don't have pictures though. How about this one? So this is located here in Sinchon, so near Hongdae. This is the house. This is carpet. Oh, not bad. Wow, so old. Wow. I'm guessing this is a floor. This was built in 1995. Ew! 성파구. 성파구 엄청 봤지. Cause I wanna be near this area. 성파구. Do you want apartment or a house? Can we compare houses between Cali and Wisconsin next? Suddenly we became a house real estate. Houses? 빌라도 넣을까? 빌라 매매. Oh, this is nice house. So this is buying the second floor of a house. No, fifth floor. For 7... 뭐야? Oh, this is nice house. Dude, they did a good job of interior. 오, 우와, 괜찮은데? $600K? 야. 올림픽 아파트? 올림픽 아파트가 제가 이번 직구할 때 이쪽 많이 알아봤거든요. 너무 비쌌어. 아, so expensive. 이러다 내가 본의 아니게 내 집을 공개할 수도 있어. 야, 이제 아파트. 올림픽 선수 기자촌이었죠. 그때 이것도 매매가 4 million. So expensive. So expensive. This was built in 1988 and the apartment kind of looks like this. Get pictures. I wonder if there's interior. Oh really? 1996? Ah, you should have kept it. 근데 한국에서 the reason why in Korea you don't really live in houses is because when you wanna sell it later, Koreans actually would rather live in apartment than housing for many various reasons. A lot of apartment neighborhood have like good facilities. So some places have like exercising, healthcare, health thingamabobby embedded. So there are really good apartments. I want to see if I can find the place that I was about to live in. 내가 살려고 했던 데는 보여줘도 되지 않을까? So we were gonna buy here. 여기였나? 여기였다. 여기가 they have it. Picture? Normally they don't have picture. But it was so expensive. But it was 2 room. Yeah. Houses suck because I have to wire everything and do my own plumbing. Yeah, housing sucks. I wouldn't mind living in those kind of places as long as 방음 isn't bad. Usually the new houses, the 방음 isn't bad. Rite is here. We haven't gone to Rite. Maybe we should visit Rite. We were also thinking about here too because the infrastructure here is really good. Rite 근데 너무 멀었어요. Like another house that we looked into was I think this one. Well, from here to 잠실, it was 40 minutes. I was like, no. Especially because I don't have a car. No. Average salaries, it really varies depending on your job. So. Anyways, enough exposure of where I'm going to stay. Oh, they did. Here. Well, actually, Songpa is really good to live. Why is it? Well, anyways, let's move on. Ah, what is this? Go down. 너무 당황했네. Wisconsin real estate? Should we have a day to look at real estate, guys? 오, 재밌는데? Okay, next Tuesday we will look at real estate. Let me remind myself because I don't want to forget. Tuesday. Real estate day. With real estate in South Korea that expensive, people must be making 10 million a year? No. Bay Area is so expensive. Yeah, how is it living in Bay Area, prosciutto? I bet it's so expensive. Everywhere in Korea are Bay Area prices? Yeah. 강 해변과 수영장에서. 네? 뭐라시는 거지? So we looked at house pricing. What else could we look at? What are some other news that we should look into? That I should do? What is this? Fixed average mortgage rate? Oh, this is the percentage of mortgage rate? Yo, it was at 18% in 1980s, guys. So people who didn't buy a house in December 2020, oh my god, that's so low, 2.66. Why don't you like driving? Because I can't be on my phone. Yeah, I mean, Busan is cheaper, but it's really far from top places. Let me clean up. 아이고. I'm back. 고양이가 헤어볼 토해가지고 그거 닦고 왔어요. Dude, today is like a nice day. 그래요? 드럽. How do you define having to drive? Oh, like there was, for me, I could have gotten a place in Milwaukee, but instead I drove every day for an hour to go to work. Most disgusting thing ever. Hi Teller, how are you? Like, imagine driving an hour every day when you go to bed at like 12 because you have to stream and waking up at 6 to go to work at 7 because it was like first shift. Oh. Yeah. That's why I didn't like driving. That's why I don't like driving for a long hour, because there's nothing to do, especially by yourself. But you saved in rent? True. That's true. You can listen to podcasts? Yeah, I can find fun podcasts. Yeah, I don't drive 2 hours a day. I always listen to like fun comedy stuff. I hate having quiet time. But nowadays, ever since I stream daily, I love quiet time. Like, I hate when I have to like talk to people. So, other news that we could look into, sorry. Since we did 3 today. 3, 4, 5. Or we could move on to index future. Hi Jetty, did you have Spotify? No, I don't like Spotify. Nothing to do while driving? Like, what do you normally do? I'm glad my normal day commute to work is about 10 minutes. Yeah, you should be thankful. You know what was funny was that they had a Milwaukee, so my work had 2 different division, or like, I mean, like 2 different locations. There was one in Milwaukee and one in Madison. And I didn't know you could pick to go to Madison. And I was like, and they put me in Milwaukee, and I told them, I was like, hey, like, can you put me in Madison? And they were like, oh, sorry, you're already in Milwaukee. Oh, we just talked about mortgage. And so on Tuesday, we're going to be talking about housing fees all around US and comparing. So you should be part of it, Jenny. You drive almost 3 hours a day, 1.5 each. I don't want to talk about index futures. I already can feel like I'm gonna have a hard time understanding this. Wait, why is it? Just read the last 3 section of the article? What the heck is the last 3? So bottom line and the in short and this. Okay. They won't notice that I skipped it, right? Okay. Usually commute 3 hours a day as well. You guys are so good at commuting. I don't know how you guys commute to work. Oh, Is this my fat chubby belly? I can't stretch. This too tight. What does it mean for MBS 30 years to drop at or below 100? I have no clue either. Do we have any other articles you guys want to go over or like talk about? Anyone? Chat? Velo? Are you guys listening? Hello? Okay, well, we're gonna move on to index feature. Or should we just call it a day for today? I know, I don't know what I did. It's already been 4 hours. I will check the time, it's like 3. Oh, you can go to sleep. Okay, let's talk about index future and let's end the day. I have no clue why today's been so long. I hate index futures. Hi guys. Wait, didn't that sound like Ross? We must be having too much fun. Shh. Oh. So, hi guys! Today we're going to be talking about the index future. Thanks for the follow. So, we're gonna read the first line and then kind of skip to the bottom, the last 3 sectors, which you guys won't know, but so who knows what an index future is? Raise your hand. Who's like familiar with this and can explain to me in like a blink of an eye in depth? So index futures are used to gauge opening level of the market. What does that even mean? So we tried to learn about index future last time and we failed. So we're gonna try it again, guys. So I'm gonna read the first paragraph because gauge. Oh, thanks. Isn't there a word with gouge? I don't know why I said gouge. Oh, sorry. I have pronunciation issue. I don't want like index future. Ah. Okay. Oh, okay. Okay, let's start again. Read timestamp, guys. Okay. Hi guys. Today we're gonna learn about how to use the index future. Woohoo! Who's excited? Say oh! Say ho ho! Say ho ho ho! Scream! Okay. So, a stock index future contract binds 2 parties to an agreed value for the underlying index at a specified future date. For example, the March futures on the Standard & Poor's 500 index reflects the expected value of that index at the close of business on the 3rd day in March. Like any derivative, it's a zero-sum game because one party is long the future contract and the other short, and the loser must pay the winner the difference between agreed index future prices and the index closing value at expiration. However, many future contracts are closed well before the expiration. I didn't know S&P stood for Standard and Poor. So basically betting. I think so too, because they're saying here, it's a zero-sum game because one party is long the future. So we have to understand what this terminology of long is, and the other short. And the loser must pay the winner the difference between the agreed index future prices. So we are paying someone if someone wins or loses, and the index closing value at expiration. How long is bull? Ah, and short is bear. Oh. Ah, probably. Oh, that's why it was Big Short. Oh. So the key takeaway, stock index futures such as the S&P 500E mini future reflects expectations about the price of a stock index at a later time. Index futures are agreements between two parties and considered a zero-sum game because, okay, we just read this. While the trading of the US stock market is most active from 9:30 a.m. to 4 p.m. ETC, stock index future trade nearly 24/7. 24/7. So everyone who always tells me that they're still doing stock when the stock market is closed, they must be doing index future, right? The rise or fall in index futures outside of normal market hour is often used as an indication of whether the stock market will open higher or lower the next day. So, correct me if I'm wrong, but just by reading the key takeaways, it seems that my understanding is let's say we talk about Netflix, and Netflix obviously lost 35%, but we make a bet. Let's say Jetty and I made a bet, and I go, hey Jetty, I bet Netflix will short, and Jetty goes, no, Netflix will win long. And so we do a index future of Netflix stock price, and I called it minus 35 or minus 30 at some stock pricing, and I win. So I get all of Jetty's thingy-mobobby, whatever Jetty promised me. Does that sound reasonable? And a date and time, yeah, a certain date time. So I actually tell you what time and date I think this is gonna happen. What is this, like guessing the future? Individual stock, you'll be gambling on calls and puts. Yeah, so isn't what I'm saying semi-correct? Is that the idea? Oh. So if for those who have done index future with Netflix, then those who shorted Netflix yesterday are like rich right now, because probably people didn't think that it was going to drop yesterday. So those people people were doing option trading. Is this? Ah. Don't confuse me. Go away. So let's skip through here because the first three part was a bit difficult. So let's read. If you shorted Netflix, you probably sold shares naked shorting it, assuming it would dump so you can buy cheaper. Naked shorting into what? Hey, don't be naked, man. Dude, some of their terminology is kind of interesting. It's like, I longed it, I shorted, I'm naked shorting it. I don't know. But he said naked shorting. Index is like entire index. So generally you wouldn't bet on just one company but an entire industry. Ah. Oh really? Naked short just means without an offsetting cover position. Wait, so first of all, can I ask, when you guys say index, what is index? Unlimited loss is index. Index here is group of. Um, Then what's future? Oh, we guess the future grouping of company. That's why it's index future. Wait, so future is actually future? Oh no, it's type of security. Yeah, okay. A future is value of the index that you can trade 24/7. Contract that trade 24/7. When you make bets like option trading, you usually bet on the other side also, so you don't use everything in case it goes bad. Naked short means if you go bad, you can lose everything. So maybe this is naked shorting? Index equals financial and banks. There is a different type of naked shorting. Yeah. No. 그냥 this type of thingy. Who naked shorted before? Wait, that sounds so weird. Who naked shorted? Oh, sorry. I'm going to ask you like step-by-step question because this was the hardest article I've read. I think of all the Investopedia articles, this was by far the most hardest article that I always got confused with. So bear with me, guys. Wait, I just have to check if I have anything else today. Watch me be like, oh my god, I had. Okay, I don't have anything. Okay. Did we learn about hedge funds? I think we did, and I still don't understand hedge funds. This is so hard. Oh, 이거 어떻게 알아? Okay, so we're gonna read. In the short term, guys, index future prices are often an excellent indicator of opening market direction, but the signal work for only a brief period. Trading is typically volatile at the opening bell on Wall Street. What is opening bell? Start trading. $9:30. You just saw a paragraph and straight up said nope. What? Which accounts for a disproportionate amount of total trading volume. Okay. If an institutional investor weigh in with a large buy or sell program in multiple stocks, the market impact can overwhelm whatever price movement the index future indicates. Institutional traders do watch future prices, of course, but the bigger the orders they have to execute, the less important index future direction signal becomes. 잠깐 다시. You know, can I just say one thing? You know those people who are stupid? I'm sorry, I'm not gonna say stupid. Stupid is a very strong terminology. But you know how people, if they don't really understand it, they do a lot of underline? Okay, 다시. Let me try again. So, what does this say? Which accounts for a disproportionate amount of total trading volume. Let's start by what that is trying to tell me. So when we hear the opening bell on Wall Street, the trading is typically volatile, meaning which accounts for what is the disproportional amount of total trading volume? Let's talk about what that is. What are they trying to tell me here? So lots of trading at the start of the day, a rush of order. So in short, index, when you do option, can I say this is option trading? Sorry, let me get the terminology correct. So when I'm doing index futures, at the opening bell, suddenly there's a rush of orders at the beginning of the day. Okay, when you do this. Because they do 24/7. And so they're always waiting at 9:30 to like do whatever they wanted to do with the actual trading. So I think they're type of crazy people. Because options are only tradable during market hour. So when something happens outside of market hour, people go crazy at open bell to cover position. Oh. They aren't saying index future are the huge volume here. What does that mean? If an institutional investor weighs in with a large buy or sell program in multiple stock. 오케이. 빅 오빠. 센스 쩔어. 오케이. 내 눈빛 읽었구만. 오케이. big company. Big money company comes in and does lots of buying. So this is kind of like that. This is like Netflix. So the guy who sold couple million stocks of Netflix is institutional investor who did a large sell. Maybe not multiple stock, but at least for Netflix. Maybe it doesn't really count. Then the market actually did impact, making Netflix lose 35%. Does that relate? 맞지? Is that right? 그죠. So then the institutional traders do watch future prices, but the bigger the order they have to execute, the less important the index future direction signal becomes. So what is the index future direction that they're talking about? Like, what direction do they want me to go to? What is this direction? What is this? Institutional investors are actually companies, so that guy kind of doesn't count because he was just alone. So the direction here means up or down, so long or short. If the chart of the futures indicates an upward or downward trend. Because we're talking about long and short with index future. That's why. Well, how come when they're having a bigger order to execute it, the direction of the index future isn't important then. If SP500 futures was going up and then Netflix takes a dump, SP500 will correct. Huh? When order is big enough, then you can overwhelm the future indication. I get that, but how come they're saying it's less important when you are trying to do a bigger order in terms of the direction? Guys, index future is so hard. We're already stuck on the first paragraph. Finance is too hard, guys. Why is it less important? Okay, well let's skip for this one for now. Late opening can also distribute index arbitrage 뭐더라? Arbitrage Oh. So that's actually less important. I skipped a section? What section was I supposed to read? Oh, did you want me to read this? Crap, okay. Because your order is so big, it wouldn't matter? Yeah, why wouldn't it matter? No? It's saying 500 direction doesn't matter because Netflix sell was so big. S&P 500 direction here. They're not talking about that one company stock. Talked about in macro econ? Oh, okay. 기관 총감님 한국어로 쓰면 더 어려워. No Korean. Korean is much harder. I'm sorry. I will read it though. 기관 투자자들이 선물 가격을 보기는 하지만 그들이 실행한 주문이 크면 클수록 지표의 방향이 덜 중요하다. 왜냐하면 그 주문이 방향이 바뀌어버릴 만큼 클 수 있으니까. 내가 그만큼 방향을 바꿀 수 있으니까 현재 그거의 방향이 중요하지 않다고. Actually, Korean was easier. Oh, damn. Basically, it means too big. We won't care too much of because because I'm in control of such a big order that the S&P 500 direction wouldn't matter because I can also change that direction with my big stuff. Wow, okay, I get it. Okay. Yeah, my big stuff. Yeah. So I'm in control. So it's like, for example, like if I'm a big streamer, even if it's like a holiday in Korea or in US, wherever, if I'm big enough, it wouldn't matter if it's a holiday because you guys will still come to watch me. Maybe not like that, but close enough. 겁나 어려워. Okay, moving on. Was that close? Wait, but so read here? Ollie, did you want me to read starting here? Can't I just read it from there? 진짜 어렵다 이거. 머리가 깨지는 소리가 들리지 않아? Don't you guys hear my brain like dying? Can I just continue here? The prediction part? Oh, here? Okay. So let's read from the index future prediction, the opening direction, and then I'll just switch it. So suppose good news come out abroad overnight, such as central bank lowers interest rate or a company reports stronger than expected growth in GDP. Okay, so there's a news. Okay, imagine good news came out. The local equity market will probably raise, and investors may anticipate a stronger US market too. If they buy index future, the price will go up. And with index arbitrageurs. Wait, we worked on this pronunciation. I totally forgot. 눈으로 보시면서 하면 괜찮다고? Investopedia is shortened version of all the explanations, so skipping paragraph might confuse you more, to be honest. Should I start from the beginning again then? Guys, should we just start from the beginning? Wait, last time I started from the beginning and I got stuck in like the third paragraph and I just gave up. It was my first time giving up. You never saw me give up because I tried to understand it, but that day I was just like, what are they saying? Wait, so Jolly just posted an article about index. Can we start with index and then move to index future? Don't you think that's the right direction? If I don't even know what index is good. Let's start, because I didn't even know what index is. Let's start from index and then move to index future. Yes, another week saving for index. Okay, restart timestamp. Hi guys! So today we're gonna learn about index. So what is an index? An index is a method to track the performance of a group of assets in a standardized way. So asset meaning company, right? Indexes typically measure the performance of a basket of securities intended to replicate a certain area of the market. These could be a broad-based index that capture the entire market, such as the S&P 500 or Dow Jones Industrial Average, or more specialized, such as index that track a particular industry or segment. So S&P 500 is also considered index. Oh, I didn't know about that. So S&P or Dow Jones는 index. These equal index. Indice. S&P 500 is an index of indices. Oh, thank you. S&P 500 is an index of 500 big companies. Oh, really? Index is like Twitch category. All the just chatting, all the Fortnite etc. All the Fortnite streamers are individual and they have a price. That could be. Oh! So, I'm a company. Oh, that's a good. Is that good comparison? Isn't index more of like the category? Okay. Nasdaq is technological companies. So does each index have like a purpose? Or like grouping? Purpose grouping? You know what I'm asking? I can't phrase my question well. So S&P 500 is the top 500 popular company. big company. Nasdaq is technological company, group of technological company. What about Dow Jones then? What is this one then? This is industrial. So any like factory? Guys. 30? A 30 big company. Ah. Ooh. Okay, continuing the key takeaway. An index measures the price performance of a basket of securities using a standard. Okay, we just talked about that. How come they spelled indices like this? And that's with the C. Which one's right? So indices in financial market are often used as benchmarks to evaluate an investment performance against. Passive index investing has become a popular low-cost way to replicate the return of popular indices. Such as S&P 500 index or Dow Jones Industrial Average. Passive index investor has become a popular low-cost way. Ah, so that's why a lot of people say, oh, you should just invest in the index because they're a bit safer but less exciting to earn some money. That's why there's always price for S&P 500 and Dow Jones because they're indices. Wow, Eureka! Okay, so understanding indices. Indices are also created to measure other financial or economic data. Okay, such as interest rate, inflation, or manufacturing output. Indices often serve as benchmark against which to evaluate the performance of a portfolio returns. So when they're saying it's to serve a benchmark against evaluate the performance of a portfolio, it's like since each indices have a purpose or like they have like a grouping, they compare that with a certain, that's like the basic measurement or like, you know, and then they compare it with other companies. So if like Netflix is doing better than S&P 500, it's above standard because index is kind of like the standard. No, is that what I'm getting? Did I say that right? Ah. Okay. Whenever someone says they want to beat the market, they mean beating an index. Oh. Whenever you look at a mutual fund or ETF, they often compare them to the index. So this is kind of like the standard for a certain category. One popular investment strategy known as indexing is to try to replicate such an index in a passive manner rather than trying to outperform it. Oh, so you can try to replicate an index. An index is an indicator or measure of something. In finance, it typically refers to a statistical measure of change in a securities market. In the case of financial markets, stock and bond market indices consist of a hypothetical portfolio of securities representing a particular market or a segment of it. Stock and bond market indices consist of a hypothetical portfolio of securities? But then here they're saying the S&P 500 and the Bloomberg blah 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 index are common benchmark for the US stock market bond. But they're saying you cannot invest directly in an index? What does this mean? How come? I thought you could invest in S&P 500, but 뭐지? But now they're a hypothetical portfolio? What's the difference between because index is a group of company, but they have a separate fund. So you can invest in the fund, not the group of company? 뭐지? What the heck? You can't invest in an index. Index is just a list, but you can invest in the index fund slash ET. What's it? That follows the index. So it's S&P 500 index fund, yeah? So you invest in a portfolio that is made. The replication then is the fund. In reference to mortgages, it refers to a benchmark interest rate created by a third party. Each index related to the stock and bond market has its own calculation methodology. In most cases, the relative change of an index is more important than an actual numeric value representing the index. For example, if the FTSE 100 index is at 6,670.40, that number tells investors the index is nearly 7 times its base level of 1,000. However, to assess how the index has changed from the previous day, investors must look at the amount of index has fallen, often expressed as percentage. Cause they have their own calculation methodology, so they don't care about the number. Like, the number doesn't represent anything. It's the actual percentage of how much it fell that represents it, right? I'm guessing that's what this section means. 하나님 어서 오세요. That's why maybe some people always say don't look at the actual number, but only look at the percentage, because the number might not actually mean anything. Then index investing. Indices are often used as benchmark against which to measure the performance of mutual fund and exchange traded funds, ETF. For instance, many mutual funds compare their return to the return in the S&P 500 index to give investor a sense of how much more or less the manager are earning on their money than they would make in an index fund. Indexing is a form of passive fund management. For instead of a fund portfolio manager actively stock picking and market timing, that is choosing securities to invest in and strategizing when to buy or sell them, the fund manager builds a portfolio wherein the holding mirror the securities of a particular index. The idea is that by mimicking the portfolio of the index, the stock market as a whole or a broad segment of it, the fund will match its performance as well. Okay, so now this paragraph is talking about the indexing definition, which is a passive fund management. Instead of fund portfolio manager active stock picking and market timing, which is choosing securities to invest in and strategizing when to buy or sell them. So is this the ETF or is that something else? Basically, it's saying a fund manager will create a fund that will mimic the index performance, so fund price goes up and down along with the index. And that's called indexing? Whoa, isn't that the same thing as what they're talking about the index fund? And that index, since it's just a group, I feel like they're so repetitive on what they're saying though. 와, 이씨, 어렵다. 와. So I guess indexing is just saying I just choose a random group of stock. Ah. Huh? Not random? So you have so who's this fund manager then? So there's this so when I'm indexing, there's this fund manager who builds a portfolio to mirror a certain index, which could be S&P or Dow Jones or blah blah blah, other things. And that's indexing, where this person helps build a whoa. Okay, so indexing is building a list of stock. Fund manager is not actually a manager who comes out. So indexing is creating a portfolio that mimics index. Any type of index. What's confusing me is, so you know how index is a group of companies, but isn't also ETF a group of companies too? So what's the difference? Is there a difference? Or I guess ETF is actually like you can actually trade it, but index you can't, and you have to, if you want to invest in an index, you have to buy their fund. 되게 어렵네. Oh, my brain. Oh. Too much brain usage in a day. Okay, well there's index example, so I'll try continuing and see if maybe the next paragraph it makes sense. And then check the example, and if it still doesn't make sense, we'll try to figure it out. Okay, so since you can't invest directly in an index funds are created to track their performance. These funds incorporate securities that closely mimic those found in an index, thereby allowing an investor to bet on its performance for a fee. An example of a popular index fund is the Vanguard S&P 500 ETF, which closely mirrors the S&P 500 index. So ETF is a type of mimicked index. Oh. Fund managers are real people. They work for investment company and work on that specific fund. Ah. This is saying what we've been saying. An index fund is created when it will go up. Yeah. So ETF is a mimicked version of an index. Is that the right definition of ETF? That's what I'm asking. I understand that since you can't actually invest in an index, you have to like create either a fund, mutual fund, or an ETF. So then the correct definition of ETF is that it's any type of mimicked index, or no? Does that make sense? Cause what is it? Index also group of securities? I guess there's also different types of index then. ETF, sorry. Cause index is also group. ETF is also group. Well, ETF you can trade, index you can't trade. ETF can be like 5 health companies and 5 electronic companies. So who makes ETFs? Maybe we should have to learn about ETF too. Yeah, where do we start? Okay, but I get it. Since we can't. What's the list versus group? So maybe list is longer and group is smaller. Think of ETF and fund as a container. And what do I think of index as then? So index is just a list, and then within the list there's different ETF created, and especially for VOO, the VOO one, that one is S&P 500 mirrored index group. Think of index as a mix of stock that has been mixed to a certain flavor of drink to put into a container. So they're somehow related, but I guess how they're related isn't connecting the dots for me. Index is a mix of stock that has been mixed to a certain flavor of Mongolia. Let's continue. So when putting together mutual fund and ETF, fund sponsors attempt to create portfolio mirroring the component of a certain index. Wait, so I have a question. So do you put different type of indices and make it into a ETF, or is it vice versa, where you have the gigantic list and you pick some of the securities and make it into an ETF? Okay, index is a menu at a restaurant. You order food is the ETF. The sweaty guy in the kitchen is the fund manager. So then for the VOO, when you order the food, this for VOO, it's like ordering the whole menu. Let's say it was the 500 S&P 500 restaurant, and in the menu it had all of 5 S&P 500. So then you order the whole thing, which becomes Vanguard ETF edition. You know how they have set menu like McDonald's? It's like McDonald's then. You know how they have like set menu? Isn't that kind of like what ETF would be? Someone make a fund ETF that is similar to the index. Someone makes a fund. But then you don't like one of the food items, so you tell your friend that item is trash. It's called yeah. Instead of ordering the whole food, you can get a tiny portion of everything from the menu, and that tiny portion represents the whole food. What? That tiny portion represents the whole food. The tiny portion is the index. Why are they too tiny? Cody, retype and repost. So continuing, when putting together mutual fund and ETF, okay, fund sponsor attempt to create portfolio mirroring the component of the certain index. Yeah, because you can't, because index is just a list. This allows an investor to buy a security likely to rise and fall in tandem with the stock market as a whole or with a segment of the market. Buy a security, like, okay. Index shows a performance for a group of company. An ETF tries to mimic an index so that the price goes up and down whenever index performance goes up and down. Fund sponsors choose certain companies so that the mimicking is accurate. Okay. So when you're saying they just show performance, is that like a type of metric that they're showing, or is it just it's just like grouping of a company, like just a list, like it has like Jinrico, like, you know, like McDonald's, Netflix, that could be index, and we can call it like Jinri 500. Jinri is a favorite 500 company, and that would just be index. Contains of like Lucid and blah blah blah, just that, done. And then in the ETF, it'll be like, we'll call it like Jinri's future car, which contains like Jinri's future car ETF, containing like Lucid or Porsche or Bugatti. That's ETF, 3 of them. And this I can invest or not, depending on how well this company does. Oh! So if I make this, you can invest in Jinri's ETF whenever, but you can't invest in Jinri's favorite stock index. Is that why they have YXYJ embedded in SP? That's why it's SPX, SPY, SPZ, because those are ETF for the SP 500, which they made different groups into from the list. Ah, light bulb. So if I comparison Jinri's intern 500 is 500 list of interns, and I can make like stock intern ETF, then it'll be everyone who's watching me right now. And then if I did stock or like IT intern ETF, would be all the IT intern, and you guys have stock price, which is like how much you guys come in when I'm doing that stream. Oh, that's so weird now, but okay. The fund also can't be exactly like the index at all times, since they actually have to buy and sell the individual stocks in the fund to maintain the fund. Yeah, because they have some type of calculation, so it's not always completely exact. So example, do we have to read the example? Because I think I know it or so well now. So S&P 500 index is one of the world's best known indices and one of the most commonly used benchmark for stock market. It includes 80% of total stock traded in the US. There's also Dow Jones, well known, but that's value of just 30 nations publicly traded companies. There's also Nasdaq, Wilshire, wow, 뭐 많네, and Bloomberg, blah blah blah. Like mutual fund indices, annuities are tied to a trading index. However, rather than the fund sponsor trying to put together an investment portfolio likely to closely mimic the index in question, these securities feature a rate of return that follows a particular index, but typically have cap on the return they provide. For example, if an investor buys an annuity index to the Dow Jones and has a cap of 10%, its rate of return will be between 0 to 10% depending on the annual changes to that index. Indexed annuities allow investors to buy securities that grow along with broad market segment or the total market. Okay, I got stuck here. Hi, Dark. You can do what X Twitch streamer. It will be like you will have entire January viewer index, January IT index, January Oya index. So January viewer ETF would mimic the entire stream success. January IT ETF will reflect the IT stream if Ooh, wait, so can we make January index then and create ETF? And maybe for this they can measure. So in your example, the Oya index will consist of maybe just a stream or when I did Oya, when I did IT, or all the viewer name. Then what would be the stream success in that? How would they reflect it? It's like how much viewers came in? Oh. Ah. We should make that. That sounds fun. But can that also... That's why you guys always said to... If you guys... That's why people say always invest in ETF if you don't know. Because it's much safer than... Because there's a bunch of companies involved in or inside an ETF. Ah. Okay. Adjustable rate mortgage feature interest rates that adjust over the life of loan. Oh, this is a different feature. The adjustable interest rate is determined by adding a margin to an index. One of the most popular indices on which mortgages are based is the London Interbank Offer Rate. If the mortgage index to the LIBOR has a 2% margin and the LIBOR is 3%, the interest rate on the loan is 5%? Wait, why suddenly mortgage margin? 이건 뭔 소리야? Suddenly we talked about mortgage future interest rate? LIBOR? Oh, it's LIBOR. Oh. So they also have something similar to this in this thing for mortgages? Or is mortgage something completely different now? Oh. At least to conclude, as long as we understood different topic, but as long as we understood the difference of index or what index is and understood what ETF is compared to index, and we made a good analogy compared to my stream, we're good. Let's take out the last part. So conclusion, correct me if I got it wrong, but I understand index as a list of companies, or as you guys said, menus, or yeah. And then from this, you can pinpoint. You can pick and choose to make it into an ETF, which we will learn about next week. But as long as we understand that you can't invest in an index, and so there are different mutual fund or ETF that mimics the way how index move, and that's where you invest in. But sometimes the mimic, it's not exactly copied, so there might be some issues with that. But as long as that's the overall definition of what index is all we need to know. Ta-da! Why is it so hard? I swear, accounting is too hard. How many people do you think who's investing in stock knows everything about this and stuff? It takes time to understand, yeah. Okay. So that was index. That was index for you guys. I hope it wasn't too stressful for trying to teach me to learn it. But you guys are better teachers than college professors. Thanks, guys. Ah. Oh, this is disgusting. Okay, let's end stream. Oh, my brain is fried. So disgusting. Guys, it's better to program. Why? Yeah, it's cause like if you think about how to invest in stock, honestly, learning about definition of index really doesn't matter. Guys, can you guys like stop talking about a random streamer on my chat, or else I'm gonna ban both of you guys. This is my last warning. By next stream, I'm gonna again.
You are going to remember this next stock stream, right? Kappa.
Okay. The next stream, I'm gonna forget how to pronounce indices. And I'm gonna be like, what? Guys, programming is much easier than stock. Promise. Indexes. I promise, guys, programming is so much easier. No, at least there's logic to it. Oh, thank you, Cody. Stock is easy? No. You can Google programming. But I mean, honestly, when you are trying to do, if you just invest in stock, you really don't, I don't think you really have to know about index. If you just know a little bit about the company, right? Like, these definition isn't necessary, but I think it's good to know. Oh, really? 아니야, there's not that many people. 아는 사람 없을걸? 어. I bet they don't know it's a list. They know that index is S&P 500 though. Or maybe. I think they'll know it more as I invested in S&P 500 or a certain type of ETF, which is a group of companies. Because also what was confusing me the most was index definition was list of companies, but ETF is group of companies. And I knew that you could invest in S&P 500, but actually it wasn't investing in S&P 500. That's just a list. There's other like funding or ETF that mimics their success rate or however their values in some type of calculation, which didn't apply. Like that connection wasn't getting in my head. So I'm like, why are they they're two different things. So that's why that's why I kept asking. Then ETF is like, if you think about it in a big circle, like this like it's like shopping, grocery shopping. That's what I thought it was. So then S&P 500 is grocery shop, like a grocery store that has different, like, you know, items. And then ETF is when you pick and choose, make it and then you buy it, right? Then that's ETF. But I think the hardest thing that I don't understand was that you can't. So that's what I thought at first. And then so the hardest thing that I had to make the conversion was that I'm not actually investing in the S&P 500 index. That was the hardest, like, connection. So then when you want to say, you should try just investing in S&P 500, maybe the correct definition is you should invest in the VOO ETF or just invest in VOO. Or maybe those people who... Alright. ETF is the basket holding all the stocks you buy on the list. Yeah! But then you don't buy the list. Which sounds kind of funny. Oh. That's why it was confusing. So then, would I be snobby if someone goes like, you should try investing in S&P 500? Would it be snobby if I go like, you can't invest in index. You actually have to invest in either the mutual fund or the something. ETF. There's also different... so VTI would be the other thing. They'll just laugh if you say that, really? No, they won't laugh because they won't understand what I'm saying if they don't know it, right? S&P 500 shows the performance. A performance, that's the measure is the performance. You can't invest in that directly. So you invest in ETF that mimics S&P. 그러니까. That's the key thing that I learned. Anyways, so much brain using. Wow. But this was good one, I think. Because it's one of the basics. It's one of the, like, the basic information that people needed to know of, I think. What? Check stock chat for an example of what an ETF contains. Oh damn! Are you giving this to me, Jolly? SPY? Spy! Oh, that's a good stock to invest in. So what happens? Oh, we'll learn about ETF to next week then. save my ETF question for next week. Okay, let's be done. Wow, my brain's dead. Thanks guys for watching. End. Oh, my brain's fried. Thank you guys for watching, and then next week. Oh, tomorrow we're going on a date. So please wear nice clothes. We're gonna go. Yeah, I'll be an e-girl next week. Oh, thanks Dragon for saying that, because I thought that was just me saying that. Oh, and then sorry, 뭐지? Secretary, thank you for 1,000 bits. I just responded to what you said and I totally forgot that was donation. Sorry, my brain's so fried. Thank you so much for 1,000 bits. Thank you, 감사합니다. Thank you for teaching me and giving me money. This is the best stream. I like streaming cause I earn money and I learn together. And I bet so many people are jealous that I earn and I learn. So for those who haven't subbed to my channels, it's better to sub because there's so much ad going on. So please do that. And then thanks for not trolling, and then if you did troll, thanks for getting kicked out. Because I think you kind of deserved it if you did get kicked out. Oh, Jenny, thank you for 1,000 bits too. Thank you, 감사합니다. So many bits today. Yay! I earned $20 for learning what an index is. What a great job, guys. See, in college you pay to earn, you pay to learn, and here I am learning while being paid. Anyways, don't forget to follow my business YouTube. I edit this. I really don't do much about editing for this, but it'll be up there. I'll probably upload it sometime this week. It won't be like, it'll be a bit neater than what I try to do today, along with a lot of empty blanks. Tomorrow I will be going to Seongsu Station to go for a cafe tour, so I hope you guys enjoy that. It'll be very nice. Yeah, it'll be very nice place. We'll be going to different cafes to drink and taste different. Oh, thank you Wong for $25, guys. I earned $45 to learn what an index is. Thank you guys. Yay! Thank you so much. Thank you so much. 감사합니다. Sorry for getting stressed out with me for learning what index. It will be like this, but it's really fun. Doesn't it feel refreshing by the end of the day when you actually taught this poor engineering girl what an index was? So I hope you feel a bit satisfying, which kind of sounds very weird, but anyways, that's all for today. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Like I said, tomorrow I will be going for a cafe tour, so dress up nicely. I'll also dress up nicely. Look, yeah. Kinda yeah, but not really. So yeah, thank you again, and see you guys tomorrow. Tomorrow will be the times are on Discord, which is better because it's set to your location time, so check that out, because I say it in Korean time and you guys probably would be like, what is that in my time? So check the schedule on my Discord, which is much easier and better, so do that. And I do post all my schedules or the situation on Discord, so if I'm late, check there. There's a reason why I'm late. Either I have to go get my eyes checked or anything, but yeah, thanks you again for all the donation. Thank you guys for listening to me talk about index and all the stock news. Hopefully next week we'll have better news, happy news, and some fun things like what happened with Netflix so that there's more conversation going on. Thank you again for all the information provided, and yeah, bye guys. 안녕.